Если музыка будет мешать, скажите, я уберу.
Okay. So, I think we should be live right now. And I am hopeful that the internet connection will be alright, because we are not in the default place right now, not in the office, finally. So, and we also have a camera. And we have Alexander here again. You can see him. We can have the Yegors, myself, and some of the other team members on the background. So you can see currently I'm right where we stopped yesterday with this course issue of registration, and Yegors will handle it for now as the he will handle this by creating a proxy which would add headers, and then he would make requests not to the server but to the proxy. However, this is temporary solution, and we hope the Shopware deployment, Shopware will fix this issue soon. So today I will continue working on CMS. Thus we have to go back here and switch to the different branch. I believe that's master branch. And it should be alright. If you see and if you hear any sound problems, please let me know. Yeah, so let's switch back to our master branch. Let's, I think, push or pull. Let's do something here. And maybe even I have a different branch for this. Oh yes, it looks like it. So I have this CMS v2 branch, I think. Yes. And what we should do is we should stop this and maybe bring the screen like this and install dependencies again just to be sure. And where we stopped with CMS is basically we did this CMS content factory, and I went to do CMS entity, which I'm not sure I will be using today, as we might do it in a different order. So what this thing did is, as far as I remember, it tried to render sections, blocks, and elements inside of them. However, we might take a look again today on this and maybe change something, not sure. Potentially some sections don't have elements, so this code was a little bit unstable. And yeah, so once it's compiled and it's built, we should be able to start the compilation and visit our page here. And let's go to some place. Which place do we have? So as far as I remember, we had this old request somewhere, and let's do this one. It should return us all possible URLs, and let's go to Fireball. This, as far as I remember, was a category. No, it's a detail page. Let's go to some category page. Let me check, where was this? So category URL, component config. We need this front-end navigation page. And let's search for front-end navigation page. Boom, we're here. So let's go to this information/important. Beautiful. And let's try opening it up. And we can see that, yeah, we cannot read property of elements, which is a little bit sad. But it's all right. So we can now continue improving this code. And what we have here is elements, and when it tries to map them, it fails. Okay, it fails. Let's go ahead and try to look at what does it take here. So let's console.log our block and see what's up. So I think it should have re-rendered here, and we see multiple blocks here. And the first one, as far as I see, it already has just slots. It doesn't have any elements. So most possibly I'm just wrong with my assumption that how it works. Let me take a look. So we had this like CMS page some time ago. Let's just see the structure again. So it has these blocks, and the blocks have slots. The blocks doesn't have any elements. So I think we should just then process not the elements, but slots specifically. And I think we should render slots instead. So this is like an improper name. So let's do render slots, render slot, and it should be all right. Should be all right now. I'm hopeful at least. I'm still sure that could cause some issues. Yeah, the default is not supported. It tells us, which is beautiful. But let's implement a little bit different fallback here. So let's take what are we taking always? So we're taking always render block, and let's say we have null here for now, or okay, so we need to call it. We pass elements and then children. Okay, so it takes children here. It says children here, and let's say what we will be returning is just a simple fragment, and we will say that this type is not supported, but we'll still render all the children just in case. So let's render children here as well. And it should now render us a whole tree. Yeah, text hero, text is not supported, beautiful. And what else should we do? I think in this case is most likely to, this type is not supported. Let's do this as divs so we see a proper layout. So it doesn't inline it. Okay, like so. Interesting, so this category just have some texts in it. And it says like text hero is not supported, text is not supported, fine. And as far as I know, we are on a category page. As far as I know, not sure. I think we have created a plugin here which was like temporary somewhere. Or where was it? In SEO category, I think. Not here. We did it, I think, right in the category. Yeah, here. So here we had this render CMS page sections. Is this like expected result? Let's see. So if we take a look at our content factory, it got some sections in it. It had just a single section, and this was a CMS section, so this category has just a CMS section. This sounds strange to me. This sounds strange to me. This sounds strange to me. So this category doesn't have any products. Can we go to the real instance and check this out? I think we definitely can do it. So let's go to our client, back to our client, and let's take a look at this thing here. So if we go here and then we go to this information imprint. Okay, I need to add this slash here. Indeed, it just has this. Okay, let's go to some category because I would like to see some complex stuff. Maybe we should go to summer barbecue instead. I want to see a product list. Barbecue equipment. And it referenced me to some navigation slash stuff. I really don't like it. But well, it's fine. Okay. Maybe we should have some other stuff here, like this. Okay, so this is like a category which is a CMS category. So let's take a look what it says to this. Specials sale. Yeah, so image cover, then we have some product listings. Beautiful. Beautiful. This is perfect. Interesting that we have these two guys always. So why do we have those two guys? That's a question I have. So we have these two sections. Let's validate if we indeed have two sections. Yeah, we have this section 1 and section 2. Okay, we have those sections. And the first one is like the cover, which is alright. The second one is a sidebar. And this sidebar has a product listing 1. Then it again has something else in it. Okay, I'm fine with that. Looks like a manageable stuff. So content category factory, now we need to register something here. And the question is, would I like it to be a function or would I like it to be a component instead? Because making it a component actually could make some sense. Um, could make some sense. And then let's try doing this in our CMS entity here. So let's do render here. Let's do render. And what we will do is we'll by default return a div, I think. And what this div should have, it should have some style. And we can get this style by actually, should we do a container? I don't think we should do a container. So let's just see what props will we get here. So most likely we will get what? We will get an element, or we will get a block. Let's say our here will be entity. Let's say we will get an entity. So this props, and we'll get the children here. So by default, what I would like to do is I would like to get it like this. And possibly I should prepare styles beforehand, so I could do style here again and just reuse style if I need it. This would be our like default entity instead of this rendered fallback. So render content I'll do, and in this content I'll do return what? Return and I'll do here the same text I did here. So this type is not supported. The only thing I need to do is to like take this type apart. Where can I get this type? I can get it from entity most probably. So let's get this from entity, and let's say entity type is not supported. This props, and it's also validate if this is a block or if this is or can we get this information if this is a block or this is not. So we see this API alias CMS section. Okay, this sounds great. And this is API alias again CMS section. This is CMS block. Cool. So we can also take an API alias here. We can take type and API alias, and we can say this API alias of type is not supported. Let's fix this, and again it asks me to pretty much provide some prop types, which we can easily do. So how to provide prop types? Again, simply let's take this guy here, let's put it here, and let's define a static prop types here, and let's define the entity here. And I think for the entity it could be useful to have, oh, we already have this CMS type. So let's maybe reuse it. Yeah.
Alfred, what do you think?
Can you come closer, because I'm not sure that the mic is catching up with you.
Okay.
What do you think? Will it be worth it if I make another module which will contain all types from Shopware, so we can
I would like to keep the types in the separate modules. Yes.
by themselves?
Yeah. I would like it to be completely modular, so I don't import like that code or stuff. It's just you import it and you get the typings for you.
Okay.
So I think this entity can stay prop types shape and simply like this. This is bad thing to do, but still. Let's say the style again will be the same thing. And let's say we also have this children. Oh, and I have a typo here, children. And I think this children, and also we should call here this dot render content. This is our fallback block. It will most likely be overridden. And our children is prop types dot node dot is required. And I think, and actually is this required? Yeah, most likely it is required, so it should be null by default. Or no, let's do it like this. Let's say static default props, and let's say that children by default will be null. And let's say that style as well by default will be empty object. And for entity, I think we should make it required. And let's also make sure that we have this namespace set. And I think what we should do is we should provide the arguments, these arguments things from Alexander. And what this will allow us to do is to have typings and TypeScript suggesting us what to do. So our prop type entity could be one of. Can I do one of here?
One of
Yeah, one of type.
enum.
Should I declare like enum beforehand?
Well, you can both.
Or should I do it
both.
here, basically?
Well, it works both ways.
So if I want like to do here an enum, so what should I do?
Put there
Yeah.
this symbol. Yeah. No, not this one.
So I don't need this CMS section. I want a different. I want like this, or sorry, or I want or here. This one, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, the whole import.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's better to do like it's here. So export. What is this type? Type. How we call it? CMS entity. Let's call it. And it should be either the CMS section, or it should be CMS block, or it could be what? Slot. Does slot may have style? May slot have style? Let me check this. Slot doesn't seem to have styles. Okay, if slot doesn't have style, maybe we don't need this for him. So we'll just take those two guys and we will import it. So, like so. And now what should happen, this guys should appear. Type string, CMS entity. So they have this type, and this also has type. This is definitely not right. This should be a string. And why it says it's missing prop types, but okay, let me just disable this for entire file. However, we should see this is string, and this should also be a string. Can we do like shared interface for them?
You can.
And then this should be types instead of interfaces.
Well, you can create a base interface that has both
Yeah.
IP aliases, date, extensions, versions. There's a lot of shared properties. So we can use it like a base and then extend.
How to do it? So I do export
Just
interface,
interface,
yeah, and I do like so. And I want to have this this for sure. I want to have this type for now. And I think the translated created that is shared. So I can get them as well. And I can get these as well. So what else can I take? I can also have here an API alias, which is a string.
There's also version ID.
I don't think I need them for now. But now I want to I want also styles maybe to be present here. Where were my styles? Where were my styles?
Well, some entities doesn't have styles.
Yeah, some don't, some do. So maybe we should just somehow transfer this information into here. So this is basically optional string. So should I place it like this?
Now, question before two dots. Yeah.
Here. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So this could be string as well, as far as I know. And margin bottom should be a string as well. And this should be a string as well. I hope these are strings because...
Yes.
Okay. And why it says to me that it doesn't like the semicolon here. Okay, now I want these guys to implement. Extends.
Yes.
Okay, then I don't need this type. And what else should I do? I should have this here. Then we have this. Also, they have name. They both share names. Okay, let's move name here, but I wouldn't expect it. Okay, now it seems. the slot is completely different as far as I
Okay.
see. Okay, so like this.
Yes.
Beautiful. And now I should see my type alias, string. This is also string. Beautiful. And I'm rendering them. And what I should do now is, I think what I should do is I should import this file. Let's import this CMS entity from where? From the up folder CMS entity. And we'll use this instead of our fallback. So what should we do? What should we do? Let's add another function here. Let's add render entity entity. And let's say that while rendering entity, what we would like to do is basically we would like to take our type and children, which we were supplied, and we would like to prepare styles for them. So let's do const styles. Style equal what? It's this CMS style. Get styles from CMS entity, and I hope it will allow me to do it. So this is our entity, basically entity. So let's pass this here. So this is our style. Let's also do const class name, and let's get class name from entity again. Beautiful. And now let's also make sure that our CMS entity has this guy here. So we do prop types.string for our class name, and our class name by default will be empty. Beautiful. And we should use it somewhere. So let's say I'm using it here. So this is our class name. And I hope I think the React API here is this class name. I think so. And also we'll move this children out into content, because sometimes nobody will modify this. So what I'll do instead is I'll do it here. So I'll do this, and then I'll copy this and I'll put it here, and I'll render this alongside with children here. So let's do children like so, and yeah, that should work at least for now. And not like this, but like this. Now we don't need this here, and basically this is our base element. This is our base element. It looks beautiful in my personal opinion. Not sure what you think, but again, we now took this class. We now have children, and what we can do is we can simply render a component. So I think we should add a component here. So let's say this is our component that we will be rendering, and I think the component should have a large capital, and what we will return is we'll return a component here. This component will have a style prop here, and it will have a class name prop, class name, and it will have entity prop, and this is our entity, and then it will have children inside. So let's pass in children. I don't really like this JS6 thingy, so let's just create element from React, because I like the API of React a little bit more when creating entities. So let's do create element, and let's just specify a component here. Now we can just remove this capital because we don't care. It's no longer JSX. And here we can simply provide the object of props. So let's do style, let's do class name, let's do entity. And here we just need to pass our children. So let's pass children in. And this now looks beautiful. So I think we can get rid of render fallback. And we should rename these guys to like section type component map. So I'll copy this ending so I don't need to type multiple times. Let's rename this, let's rename that, let's rename this, let's rename that. Alright. And now instead of rendering fallback, we should render the CMS entity entity. We have this already imported. And it still should work, but now we'll have this ability to provide specific components that we would like to render. And I think for slots, we'll have a different thingy here. So let's do CMS slot here, CMS slot, And let's pretty much rename this thingy into CMS slot, and it won't have all of this beautiful logic because it doesn't have children. Yes, we would like to update import. I think we won't need anything except the slot itself. So let's do just slot here, and let's change the entity here to be what? To be a slot, I think. So where is my CMS slot type?
Yo, Alfred,
Yeah.
does the API work for you?
Yes.
Look,
Strange.
very strange. Also,
Maybe you're okay. And I'm not sure why is it happening for you, but a few seconds ago I have opened category page successfully and it gave me like CMS content.
I'm able to view the store itself, but I'm not able to fetch any API request as far as I can see.
Can you check the URL you're sending requests to? Because like if I can do it with Postman, and it returns successfully. Can you just check what you are requesting? Maybe your URL is wrong.
Maybe, we'll check.
Okay, so we have this slot here again, and this slot we don't need this style thing. We need to update this CMS slot component, and I think what we are missing here is actually export default CMS component, and we think we're missing the same here. So we should here export default this guy, and now here when it's rendering the slot, let's just do the same thing as we did, but now we'll simply call here what? We'll simply call here this dot render content. Okay, and we don't need this, and here in the content we'll say entity, and does it have a type and alias? It has API alias and it has a type. Okay, so what we might do here is we might again do let's just copy this guys for now. It's not as beautiful as I would like it to be, so it has like the slot base. Let's add this here, and let's hope it just works. So what we should see now is this is string, not entity, but instead the slot. The slot doesn't have any children, so that's all right. And if we now check this guy here, it should be image or text. Wow, okay, this is string, beautiful. And then we can say that this API alias is not supported, and I think we can do it like so. Then we'll need to provide an implementation later on, but for now that seems pretty fine to me. Let's import this CMS slot in our content factory like this. So this is our CMS slot, default one. Maybe we should rename it to some like default CMS slot. And here, instead of rendering the CMS entity, we should be rendering the CMS slot. And once we reload, we should see something happening. Yeah, the slot component can be invoked without new. That's stupid. Because we're calling it like this, and instead of calling it like this, we should be calling this.render entity, and we should say that this is now a component, and we should pass a component first. And our children could be null by default. So yeah, so we now passed in this. We should now make sure this is the same, and this is now a component. So we're passing it here. So we're passing component children. Beautiful. Again, this is the component now. And we should replace this to that and pass the component as a first argument, so it will take it and render that component. If we reload, cannot read property of type of undefined. So I think I'm okay. I should replace this to actually be okay. So slot rendering is a little bit off here. So maybe instead of doing this, we should here do a little bit less abstract way of doing things. So we'll just pass in this slot itself, and slot is actually slot, like so. And now we can pretty much close this up, and yeah, this looks legit to me. Let's see what does the browser says. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Okay, and I think for slot again, we might. Okay, let's keep this. So so what we see here, we see that there is a CMS section of type default is not supported. This CMS block, this CMS slot of this block is not supported, and then another section comes in, and then we have this block. Beautiful. Why do we have this paddings? Because it has styles. So the styles are already working. That's perfect. So we have working styles, and what we can now do is we can pretty much now go ahead and start injecting some values into this into these sections and stuff. And this looks nice. So how should we approach this? Let's see. What types are we missing here? We are missing image cover type. Let's go ahead and see how does the view storefront handle it, because I don't really want to write like the implementations for all of them from scratch. If we can reuse something, that would be quite useful. So let's see, we have some sections here. We have default section and the sidebar section. And what we have here is pretty much some sizing mode, which is passed in, some blocks, CSS classes, okay, let's go styles again, and here are some styles. So basically for a section we want to have 100% width. Should we include this actually? Section 100% width, so by default elements have 100% width. Maybe we shouldn't care. What about sidebar? Sidebar is just a display flex, and then it has a column, and then it has main and stuff. Okay. Not sure if I like those styles. Not sure if I want to keep styles at all in a blank theme. What do you guys think? Guys, I have such questions. So I have sections which have like styles by design. So let's say if I have a sidebar section, then the sidebar section should be like on the left. It should like divide into two separate side-by-side columns. But what I don't like about it is that it doesn't specify how much width should it have. So should I even bother about setting these styles if in the end, theme by theme, the width of these columns would differ? I think not really. I think we just omit styles, and later on if someone will be styling it, they will be able to provide the specifically needed like implementations for these styles, like how wide they want these sections, and etc.
Well, my thought is that you usually have something depicted there like left side and right side, but you have no ratio, so you can't set it as it will be used.
Yeah.
We can just leave it for now.
Yeah, I think
or
we'll.
we can set some kind of a default ratio just for it to be visible that this block is divided into some abstract parts.
Okay, so I have already splitted it, like it's splitted, but I don't want to like have guys override these sections specifically. So I think I'll leave styles for now, and if the chat wants, maybe we'll do some styles. I see like 4 people watching us, so maybe you guys have some opinion about this. Again, let's move to blocks. So there are many blocks here. And what I want to take a look in is like this CMS on block. What is this? It just says CMS on text image, and what it does actually, it gets some content of slots. Not sure if I want to take anything from there because I don't really like how it looks. Okay, so we have this block of type image on text, image text cover, and it has some slot of type image. and it has something in it, like a config, and this config has some URLs and even some display modes. Should we support it? How many types of this image text covers there are? Because image text covers. Maybe I should just ignore this for now, and we will just focus on specific. Let's just ignore all of other types. So I will just claim CMS implemented. This is very bold claim, but I'll claim the CMS implemented, and what we'll do instead is we will now work on the integration, in the proper integration into CMS, into category CMS into category page. So instead of doing this, what I did here, like this test thingy, I will remove this completely for now because it's not the way how I want this to be implemented. And I will keep this beautiful. And I think what we might do beforehand is actually take a look at the CMS request and see if it provides any metadata which we should render. And I don't see any, so we're just caring about sections at this point. So our category is here, our content is here, everything is separate, beautiful, and I'll just write CMS. CMS base is completed. So let me maybe explain you before we start on how we'll be modifying this, how we'll be creating those different types later on. So we will be able to just go into our CMS and basically with plugins inject into our CMS content factory here. We will be able to inject a type and the component of type which we would like to render, and it will be called on these arguments or on this props or on this prop. So seems pretty straightforward to me. Let's now work on integration of CMS into category. So the big question is, how should we call it? I think we should call it CMS. We should call it CMS category. Category CMS. Sorry, category CMS. Category CMS it is. And let's copy this package JSON file and let's put it here. And we have this category dash CMS here. Beautiful. And that's, I think, all we needed to do. Let's just now go ahead into our Blanc theme and enable this beautiful package. So like this, true, amazing. And we also need to provide the registration for it. So we want version 00 of that. And I think that's it, except we need to create an src folder, which we'll populate later on. And let's make sure the package is symlinked, so I will ask Lerna to do it. Now let's talk a little bit about our strategy. So what we want to achieve in category CMS is we basically want to have this category, and we want to make sure we add a section here into content of category that would render us the CMS content. And this means we need to create a plugin for this file. So let's create a new folder here, let's call it plugin. And inside of this folder, let's create a new file, let's say it category CMS .plugin.js, beautiful. And this one should just export default. And again, we place a namespace here. And what type was it? It was member property. So let's do member property here, like this. And I think it was type, we now should specify a name. A name is content. What we should do here in this content, we should basically render or maybe add CMS render, CMS factory render in it. Beautiful. Now we can go ahead here, create this function that will do it for us. So const add CMS factory render. We need no arguments except of member, I think. And what we'll do is here we'll call this member.add, and we'll add something here, and we'll return the member after we added it. So basically, and this member, actually we can rename it to content. I'm naming it member for consistency, but actually this is content. And how should we approach it? Let's see, member.add somewhere here. I don't see any. Fields add. Oh, here I see. Okay, I need to then pretty much implement it from scratch. So we adding a function here, and what this function will do is it will basically render us the factory, I think, and we also will need an instance. We'll need an instance here, I think, because we'll need to take the context. And I'm also thinking that we don't actually need to pass in this category container, we don't actually need to pass category as a prop, actually. So we can just remove this guy here as it is. And we can go ahead here, and what we'll do instead, we'll need to create pretty much, we don't need an instance here then, and we need to create a new component here in our category CMS. And this component only reason for existence will be to render basically a category CMS, so content factory in the CMS. And let's call this category CMS, category CMS here, boom, like so. And let's rename this guy as well. And let's update imports, hopefully, like this. And now here, instead of all of this, we actually don't need it. Let's rename it to what it suggests. Perfect. And we don't need any prop types in this case. And what we will need instead, we will need to specify a static context type. And this context type will be category context. So we'll be right away taking value from category context. And we'll do it by saying scandy pwa slash category slash src. I think it's correct. Yes, it's correct. So we specify the context, and now what we can do is we can simply do a thing like this. Let's return this.render content here. I'm adding this render content here just because I want to be able to later easily style it with my in my themes. So if I want to change the appearance of a wrapper, I would be easily able to do it. So now in this render, what we'll do is we'll simply render CMS factory, and what was the proper name for it? CMS content factory, I'm sorry, CMS content factory, content factory, and it doesn't want to import it for me, so let's go ahead and do it. So let's import CMS content factory from @scandy pwa slash cms slash src slash component slash CMS content factory, and we'll simply render it. And as far as I remember, it expects us to pass sections. So where we'll be taking these sections, we'll take them from context. So let's say category here, and let's say CMS page here, and let's say sections. This is our props here, and now we can pass in these sections, and this should look all right. I think if we save it, it should format it for us a little bit. Like this. What did you dislike about it? Oh, I'm taking it from props, sorry. I think I should do it from context. Like this. Okay. 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 I like this destructuring thingy because it pretty much shows you like the exact location, pinpoints, basically. And now I can import this thing right here. Would you please? CMS. Category, CMS. Again, it doesn't want to import it. Okay, let's import it manually. I don't know why my VS Code isn't cooperating with me today. So I'm importing it from here, I think, component slash category CMS. Beautiful. And I'm just rendering it here. And let's also create a new file here. Let's say, oh, I have someone sitting on my face. That's bad. So here, let's create a config file. And what we'll provide in this config file will actually provide a constant that will define as the key of this CMS category CMS content. So let's say category CMS key, and let's say it's category CMS. Yeah, like this. We can pass whatever here. This is just for reference later on in our themes. And we can actually replace this to that, I think. Yeah, like this. We can even remove this. I think we can even remove this. Yeah, and we'll need to pass this category key. Yeah, thank you. And that should be enough for us, at least for now. And if we actually go ahead now and reload this, I hope that we can see a category page with CMS content on it. Remember, our CMS content is hyper abstract. It basically shows us that, basically renders us something. So let's wait and see. Okay, content.add is not a function. Okay, because it's not add. I think what we should do is we should go to sorted render map, and it was not add, it was add item. And this is because I'm very bad at remembering the names. What it says now, it says the CMS page of undefined, so it looks like the category is not in the context. This is also easily fixable. Let's take a look at our context here. So let's simply console.log our this.context.category, and let's take a look what it has inside. It should have printed it somewhere here. Hopefully it wasn't undefined. Too many logs. I don't like too many logs. Can I just go ahead and oh, I think this is the mistake. Let's just print the whole content. Okay, and somewhere along these lines we should have category which is equal to undefined. Well, what the hell? Why? What the hell and why? Okay, so let's fix this by, for now, returning null. Let's return null here, and let's comment this out for now. And let's see, it should render now, but let's see why does the category context is actually empty. So once we inspect our category CMS component, it actually has a context and the category is undefined. And the category provider actually had some category which was passed to it. Oh, okay, I see. This looks like the category context isn't actually returning us a category, it's returning us the all data. Is it? No, it's not. It's returning us a category. Strange. So category context provider, category of undefined. So it's value. Why is it called value? Wait a second. Okay, I think there is a typo here. It's not value, it's category here. So we're passing the category. And now it should be alright. And now if we take a look here, it says the value of category. And then if we go back here, we can remove this code here. And we can uncomment what we had here. And it should now render us the category page. Boom, like this, beautiful. And we did this in completely modular fashion, so let me explain to you. What we can see here is we can see here 3 modules. The category one, we can see actually more modules. We see the SEO URL, we see the CMS, we see this category, and we actually, what we're seeing here is the URL rewrites or SEO URLs requesting the page type. Then we have the this module of SEO URL category, which is actually sees the type of the URL, and if it's the specific one to category, it then makes sure to render a category in this on this page, and then this module category renders a category context and renders a category layout basically, and then this category CMS is actually ensuring that there will be a section in the category page layout that will render the CMS, and then this CMS just renders us the category here. Renders us this content, which is amazing to say the least. So everything is modular, and what we forgot to do is we forgot to add some dependencies here, because we are actually pretty dependent on multiple things, especially on category and on CMS. So let's quickly add this here. So let's copy the name of this thingy, the CMS, and let's say this is our dependency on version 00. Beautiful. And we also have this category dependency. So we should depend on category like this. And let's say it depends on 00 version. And the last thing we'll need to do is to ensure that this, if installed as a dependency, is enabled as an extension. So let's just enable them here. So let's do true here, and let's do true here. Amazing. So now we provided some dependencies, and this is perfect, I think, now. So we can do implemented CMS on category page. Let me make category page, and this is perfect. We can push it. And I think we can also do a merge to master. So let's stop this for now. Let's check out git checkout to master, and let's do git pull origin CMS v2. Yeah, it's merged. Let's exit. Let's say git status. Let's say git pull origin master, just in case something was updated. I hope there will be no conflicts. No conflicts indeed. And let's try installing dependencies if something was changed in the master branch. And we should be able now to pretty much start the application with yarn dev and see if anything was broken. And I hope nothing broke, basically, at this point. So if nothing broke, then we pretty much might continue. So it still works. Beautiful. Now I have a question to Alexander. Alexander, what's your progress with product pages? Is it working or not yet? Or product requests? Do we have something we can work with already for products or not really?
I wrote requests with types.
Can you come closer, because I'm most certain nobody hears you. Yeah. So what you did? Tell me more.
Yesterday I wrote requests, I wrote components, containers, and mainly contexts.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to rewrite this
Mm-hmm.
and do something about product list, which should be abstract context, and I'm not sure how to correctly implement.
You shouldn't do. Okay, maybe we should switch to you and just work together on it, and then we'll take a look. I have stuff to do which I can do, but let's just switch. In order not to waste time and see and showcase what you did. Maybe.
Okay.
If you can comment and tell me which branch you are at,
I'm
will be-
master.
we'll be more than happy. Let's commit to a different branch. So can you switch a branch and comment there? Because it would be a little bit easier for others if they have something to merge that. And while you're doing it, let me see what I had here. At some point, I remember there was like this landing page type, and it was like this summer giveaway. And let's quickly see how this looks like actually on scandipwa.shopware store, just to make sure. So we have this summer giveaway. That's a beautiful page. It has some beautiful stuff in it, like win 3 outstanding products. And what's actually is it? It's a landing page. So I think we should create a landing page module, and that's what I can do later on after we finish with your product stuff. So what's up with those products? Can I?
Yeah, it's already update. I switched branch, so I will be working in the new one.
Okay, what's the branch?
No, it's already master.
Fuck, no, I wanted you to ask like to merge in the products. Please don't merge anything work in progress into master.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. So what's product? Yeah, this one. I think we should need to install dependencies, so it's some links. And I think we need to reload this guy just in case. Beautiful. So what we have here in products, we have this API of product requests, which is beautiful. Oh wow, what is this? Uh, okay, you could have just wrote it in TypeScript if you liked. Um, okay, that looks like a hell of a lot of comments. Okay,
Just the JS docs.
okay. Get product by ID. It returns us a product. This is what we can use right away to implement the different page type. Get products. This is actually a list of products. Yeah.
Yes, it's a list of products already with implemented pages, limits, aggregations, all
Beautiful. What's
as they
post
want.
filter? Okay, nothing. I don't want to know. Okay, so we have this product page, or just a product, which is perfect. It's not a page; it's a product. Beautiful. We have this context, and here's where we had some discussion with you, and we wrote this README, as far as I remember. Yeah, and we said that do not request from here. Work only with filters. And this one, this should keep like basically make a request from here. Use filters. Yeah, beautiful. So what's up here? We see create context, some stuff, beautiful. Some stuff again here, and it's all exported. Yeah, this in context values. This is not a beautiful thing to do. Can we instead specifically mention all of them? Why? Because it would be easier to trace later on. Let's not use like destructions if we can, if we simply can. Because then if man comes and it takes a look on it, it will immediately know what is passed and what's not passed. And
Sure.
here you have this on history change, and you do this very...
There's a lot of things. Yeah. Maybe we should limit what we want to filter by. For example, pages 100% and maybe just filter. Other
Yeah,
properties.
I don't want to know what's post filter at all. I don't want to know about filters actually at all, because for now I just want to make sure we have sorting should be supported, but for now let's just keep it away. I just want to have this aggregations, pages, and limit. I want my like filters to be displayed basically, and I want my pages to paginate. And I think this could be formatted into some map instead of this, because this looks like a lot of ifs, which I hate. Can we format it into some map? Could we refactor it, or could we refactor it? We can. Do you know how should we approach it? Can you suggest me, like, what will be your way to refactor this into being a map? What's this compare
No.
objects? Where you took this from? Okay, utility. Okay. How would you like this to be approached? I would like it to be approached as follows. So I would do, for example, a list of supported, a list of supported what? A list of supported properties. Yeah, I think this is URL parameters or properties. Let's do supported properties. And what we should do with this supported properties, I think I want this to be a map, and I want to map the key to a supported property value. So let's for now get rid of those posts and get rid of those filters, and let's just keep aggregations and limits and page. So let's do for pages what we want to do for pages. What we need actually, we need a getter, I think, and we need a setter. Yeah, or don't we?
Yeah.
We don't need a setter, I think, or we need a setter. What you have here is
We
basically a
need a
getter.
setter that will set into the state, I guess.
I think we need getters and setters here.
Or push new history.
Or we'll push a new history. I think what the flow here should be, let's quickly write this down here. I think what the flow should be is like we have a setter, like we have a setter, and what it does, it like just set what? Set property.
To the URL. Maybe this can be moved in the separate function that
Yes, it will.
Yes, so probably
like we have a
here we need
setter,
just to
and we
handle.
will expose this into our context. So we'll be able to manipulate these filters, like set property. And once it's set, I think what we should do is, once called, just update URL params. So do not update the state. And then, for consistency reasons, let's listen for URL change, update the state, and once the state is updated, um, this will state updated, therefore it will automatically update the context.
It's already does that, yeah.
Yeah, that's already implemented. So let's approach this in some way. So let's have this set property here. Let's have this set property here. And on set property, what we should do is we should basically ask for a key and maybe value. Key and value. And for now, what we'll need to do is we'll need to get basically a setter from here. So maybe this should be a setter, and maybe this should be a getter right away. Yeah, I think we should have a setter and getter here. So we could do setter or set. I don't know. Let's think about how we want this to be approached. Maybe we want to just keep an array, but if this is an array, then it won't be easy to extend later on. So let's say set and get. Is get actually a valid thing to do on an object? Isn't there like default setter and getter on JavaScript object?
Yeah, you can add before the property just set or get, and this will.
Just simply set and get.
No.
How?
Before.
Oh,
the
before a
page.
property.
Yeah,
Okay,
and then a
that makes
function.
sense. Good idea. Good idea. So we can do set,
This is
page.
the function, yeah.
and what we should do is actually have get page here. Beautiful. And why doesn't like it?
Exactly one format parameter. Argument. Pass an argument.
Okay.
Value.
Value, and the page doesn't have a value. Beautiful. That's beautiful. So what we should do now with the setter and getter. So for page getter, what we're doing basically, we are for page, we're just parsing in this guy here, correct? So let's, sorry, not here, and let's remove this const so it doesn't break the syntax. So here let's just return this guy, and this is getter. This is getter, and we need this search params. So what are those search params? This is these guys. Oops, what did I just do? These are the search params, and I think we should do this get search params here, just in case, because it might be reused later on. And let's remove this guy. So we're now returning search params. Not sure if this is correct, because if we're doing this on a server, there won't be any location and stuff. So what we instead should do is we should use a next router get URL parameters. How can I get URL parameters? So what you can do is you can do use router here, and use router is with router I think we should use. Let's take a look. So with provider you have here with provider, this is our context, and then we should wrap this provider actually with a different thingy. So we should wrap this provider with router, I think it's called, not sure how it's done in Next.js. And let's try to import it from here and see. So let's import with router from at Vercel, I think. Next, was it like this?
No.
Yes. No. What was next link? Next router. Let's Google Next.js with router. Router, it has with router, and next router it is. So yes, you are right, this is not the correct name. Next router it is. and now it does something here. And what this with router does, it actually gives us a router prop, and this router prop has something in it. So maybe instead of doing this, we should get a router from this props. And what this router has, will it have something? No. Can we say what it will have?
You can pass it through the JSDocs, I guess.
And what we should do with router props?
Yeah.
Yeah, with router, no, next router we should pass.
It's
We
not
should import it
exported
from
here.
router, yes. Yes, we should do. And we will need to do a whole path to the module, yes? And this is not what I want. Okay.
No, here you can declare dependence. Import as annexed routers slash router.
Okay,
Not
let's
here,
put it.
in JSDocs.
So you would like me to do as like this, and here you would like to do arguments, and then you wanted me to do like
Pure component.
pure
which we don't have
component.
that.
Okay, context provider it is. Will it be able to?
No, context provider doesn't have types.
It might work.
No,
No,
I tested him to add a new.
I don't want to do it then. Fuck it. Just fuck it. Otherwise we would switch
Let's
to
say
TypeScript.
it's here.
Yeah, let's just see what's inside of this with router. So next router, what it has push state is ready. I would like to take actually a query, and it has this parsed URL params. And what this parsed URL params actually is.
Console log.
Is this rendered somewhere so we can test?
No.
So which console log are you speaking about then?
No.
Okay, so basically, I can also say that this variable at var, I think, router, and can I specify a type here? I think I can do it like this.
You can specify it's like type, just type.
You say
Not
type.
var, type, and curly brackets. Yeah, just curly brackets inside them. Without router.
Okay, so this is like import like this, and you would like me to import from next router slash router dot next router like this. Will it work? You're lying to me.
It
Just doc define variable type. Somebody in the chat knows how to do it? Let's just define JSDoc with type add type and add type and add type.
It worked for me in the context. See? Like this. But this is like a global namespace for React. So I don't have it imported here. So it worked.
Variable of type number, interesting. So if I'll do just type and I'll do like string here, will it work? Wait, this is not a variable, this is a const. Okay, what if I do const router equals actually props dot
There's
router.
problem that it can't import here for some reason.
It can't import here. Okay,
Doesn't see dependency.
okay, that's strange. So parsed query params are pretty much. So it has this decode URI component. How do I next JS set URL param update URL param? I would even like to do update URL param. Next router shallow routing.
It should be just routing, I guess.
I'm not sure it's all that simple because you see it has this query router.push. You see it has router.push path name, and has this query. So how can I preserve it? It would be a good question. Let's render your product thingy maybe somewhere, so we can test this out. Do you have this somewhere rendered?
No.
Okay, let's then do it. So what should we do? Declare a new testing page for it, and then render like the page, then this, then this. Can we do that? Should be able to.
Here
So,
it should be plugged in SEO, probably.
huh?
SEO.
So, let's take a look. Let's take a look quickly. So we have these grills. If I open this up, what is this? That's a preview. Can I get to the page? How can I get to the page of product details? It doesn't have product pages? What? Huh? Oh, there is it. Here it is. Looks like to do it, we'll need to create an integration for SEO URLs first. So let's go ahead and do it. So let's do it like so. We'll need a product here, and this will do our product integration. So this will integrate our product page into actually. This is not the good way to declare these things. It should always contain mosaic here, and you should better do it like so. So just make sure you're copying it, not just creating it from scratch. And here I think we should be able to, in our, this is package JSON of SEO product, we should depend on product, and we should go ahead into our blank theme here. We should enable them both. So let's go into our blank theme. You don't have it yet here, so that's a bad thing. Let's do 000 version, and we need a product here as well as our dependency. So we'll have this dependency of product. Now let's copy these two guys here and let's put them here. And instead of relying on true, let's say let's do like this and like this. So now we have enabled them. Let's symlink them. Okay, we symlink them. And what should we do now is we should actually modify this category plugin to actually request a product for us once we are on the right page. So this is product entity request, and this is actually product entity page. And for the request, what we should do is we should, yes, call the original ones. We're taking the SEO URL, SEO name, if it's not a category entity type. In our case, if it's not what type, let's also rename this to actually be a product page. Let's name this to be a product page. Beautiful. Yes, I would like to update imports. And let's rename this to be product page. Let's rename this actually to be a product page. Beautiful. Yes, I would like to update imports. Save this, save that. And now about this guy here, let's change the name of it to be a product entity type. And it's actually different. I think it was, let me take a look. It was front-end detail page, as far as I remember. Front-end detail page it is. So we have this product entity type. And here what we should do is we should actually render your product from product like so. And is this enough? This will actually integrate the product page instead of the product listing page, which I think we don't want actually. Which I think we don't actually want right now, but we'll take product from props and we'll pass it in here.
Category.
Yes, good idea. Thank you, sir. Like this. And now we can import this product entity type here. So if it's not a product entity, we're just returning original props. If not, we should get product by ID. So we should get product by ID here. Beautiful. So we got product by ID somewhere here, and it only takes an ID. So we await the response, and then we name this as actually product. So we took the product, and then we kind of received the product, and we pushed it into our props. and then we'll take it later on there somewhere.
Category entity props method.
Yeah, good thing. Let's rename this to add product entity props. And here for this entity page, what we actually want to do is to, instead of doing this, we should add product page, and we should add, instead of this should be a product page actually. So this is product page, product page. This is product page, this is product page, this is product page, boom, like this. And this should be a different type. It's a product entity type. Product entity type goes here, product entity type goes here, boom, it's rendered. And as far as I understand, if we reload this now, it should first of all compile, and then if we actually visit the page like this, we should see actually a product page appearing. Oh, can't resolve. I have mistyped somewhere. Wait a second. I have mistyped somewhere. Index.js here. Yes, it should be actually a product page here. Beautiful. So we did a product page, and if we reload this now, I expect it to render a product page, and it actually rendered it, and it has a product inside. Give me 5. It worked. Beautiful. So we now have a product page, which actually returns us a product, and it has product inside of a product, and it has some configurator here, which I'm not aware of what is.
It's just a response.
But instead of doing this, what you should do in all your modules is, let me see your product context here. This is your product context provider, and what we should do here, instead of actually first here in our product page container, let's not give it the product prop, because we already have a context. Why should we pass in the prop? No reason for it for us to pass the prop here. And what we should do here is, let's break down your product into get product here, into get product, and what other feature it was here, get where was this? Product context value, product undefined. Again, I broke it all. You have this value of product, and it has product and configurator. Configurator are configurable options. Yes. So let's do get configuration and get product. So get configuration here, and let's just return different values. So from product, we would like to actually return a product, and let's just return a product here. Return product. Beautiful. Product. Okay. And for configuration, let's quickly return the configurator. I'm sorry. So that's a configurator. Perfect. And now here, instead of doing this, we can actually take each value by key. So product is this.get product, and also configuration is actually get this.get configuration. And actually now we should see it a little bit. And also here, Alexander, about this value. Why are you passing in the value here? Is this expected? This is expected.
This is provider.
It's default provider one, yeah?
Yeah.
But then somebody was taking the product from props, no? I think it was a bug in category. Let me get back. I fixed it. I thought I fixed it. So here I changed this to be a category, but it looks like this is actually a value here, and it should be a value, and this should actually be value. Yes?
Provider expects a value property to put its data in the context, no?
Let me see. I don't remember. It doesn't have anything here, so this value is abstract. You just imagine this yourself, so we don't need to name this value, so it was alright. Let's just name them product, because it would be like easier to understand. Category it is, and for this product container, let's also do a product, because I'm expecting for product provider to take a product in instead of value. And this is the context. The context, you're right, the context expects value, but the provider, it's just a component. You can pass any prop to it. So prefer the more like legit prop names. Uh, so this is our product provider. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And if we reload this, I think nothing should break, and we should see a product provider, and we should see a product context with configuration and product. Perfect. We see a product, we see configuration, but this is actually not what we wanted. We made a product page integration, so let's quickly say, let's quickly
I
say
also
what.
made another branch just now for the product module.
I will commit, but
So-
not yet push as in master.
You
But we can
adjust
choose
it to this branch. Yeah.
which branch it was. Let's just
Product
say
module.
product. Okay. Let's. I'm sorry, Alexander. Work in progress on product. We're working progress on product. Beautiful. Save all and commit. Push. Oh no, I I haven't committed. Whip. Number 2. I'm sorry for bad comments. It's just. Sorry for bad comments, chat. Don't blame me, or blame me in the chat. Otherwise, there is no activity. Like 4 people watching, no comments. Sure. So we have this. CMS. Let's now do actually an integration of CMS into product. So let's do CMS product integration, and this would be cool. So let's go here and let's do CMS product integration. And this is actually a bit more complicated because what we should provide here is actually a package, and let's say this is the package. We're depending on CMS, all right. And what we want to do is actually, this is CMS product, but actually this is CMS category product. Let me think. This is CMS product, but we still want to take like a category ID there for our context. Let's not integrate this at all for now. Let's instead go to your product page and let me see. So this is our this is our sidebar section, this is our product listing. And this entity of product listing, it actually said to us that it has some slots, and this slot in product listing is actually a CMS product listing that says us that it has some aggregations, which we can immediately set as filters. It has something else, some elements here. Oh, it already has the fetched product collection. That's funny. That's actually funny. So it already has some fetched product collection. And I'll move my t-shirt because it's so hot here.
Oh no.
Yeah. Beautiful. So we might even not request products in the first request. We might even not request products in the first request. Actually, will it worth to do this integration, which I planned like now, CMS product, because I think we should be like in the context of category. We can later fix that. So let's still do. Let's still do the CMS product integration. Again, I need this. I'm sorry, I need this package JSON here, and I need this to be actually a CMS product. And what it will do, it will inject our, it will replace the product list. Alexander, if not to waste time, because you're currently sitting doing nothing, let's do the following. Can you do for me the landing page module? So what the landing page module should do, it should basically fetch to this URL, to this landing page URL. Here's the example. Let me quickly do whip CMS product for now. Save all and commit. My god, where's my mouse? I lost my mouse. Here. And let's push it to our product branch and let's check out to... Oh my god. You committed something?
I committed a crime.
You committed a crime, that's true. We should have rebased, but never mind. So I'm switching to master, I'm pulling from master, and what I expect here to find is actually, let's create for you in another module instructions. So let's say we'll have this, how I named it, landing, and then landing should have a readme, md, and let's also right away give you a package JSON, so you're doing it right way. And let's also register this for you in the Blanc theme so you could test it. So let's register it here. Amazing. And as dependency here. Amazing. Amazing. And the task for you would be actually to create two modules. Who would have expected? Two modules. Landing copy, and another module will be SEO URL landing. This is what I want you to create. And this SEO URL landing should do a very tricky thing, actually. Not a very tricky thing, it should just do what the SEO category did, but it will be a process of copying for you. Here it goes, and here we should specify where depending on landing, and ideally we should also specify that we are dependent on SEO URL. We are dependent on SEO URL. Maybe we should do it as a peer dependency, but the peer dependencies are not symlinked by awareness, so let's just not do it.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm extremely hot, so I'm gonna work in the shadow for a bit. If
Yeah.
you need me, call.
Yeah, I think we might even migrate to that point for like streaming, because at some point I would like to take a pause. Maybe I would like you to join and tell what you did.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then we can do it in the shadow, no problem.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But people are sitting there.
Uh,
I kinda not want to distract them. We'll figure something out. Just call me when you want to make a pause.
Yep. Let's do it.
By the way, the
yep.
authentication is pretty much done. Currently, I'm refactoring it to be more like plugin based,
Mm-hmm.
so that the headers are injected by plugins, etc., etc.
Perfect. Ping me if you're done.
Yeah,
We'll
sure.
figure something out next.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So we have the SEO URL landing, all is beautiful. And what your task for today for SEO URL landing is to, for SEO, let's first about talk about the landing. So what's landing should do? It should have a request, and it should basically request landing by ID. Awesome. And so this is how it works. So you request the landing page, and sorry. Let's take some working landing page. Landing. Let's take this foreign key. It's only landing page I found, at least to date. I hope this is the right one. And you can see here it returns as the CMS page. Yeah. And you will do then three modules. Alexander, could you imagine 3 modules? This is unheard of. So your request landing by ID, and you should also provide layout for it, similar to the category page, yeah, just placed for extension. Just place some extension. And what we should also do is we should also do this. I will show you the endpoint to call. This is basically the endpoint you can test with. And this pretty much is it for landing page. We don't need any context here, I think. Let me think. Do we need any context? Do we need any context? Fuck it. Just do it. Just do it because it will be more persistent then. Context for it. To keep like CMS page inside, CMS page inside, etc. Okay. This is what you should do. Basically. Yeah. And this is all it for landing page. So layout, request, and context, just like category. So now for this SEO URL landing, what we should do I have changed some file in so URL category. Yes, this is expected. So here in so URL landing, what I want you to do is I want you to actually, I coded it in a proper place. I coded it in a proper place, sorry. This should be there, and this should actually integrate the request to get landing by ID after the so URL request. That's number one. And number two for you will be here to basically render the so URL in render the landing layout in basically so URL component. Okay, that's two things for you to do. And another thing I would like you to do is this landing CMS thingy, landing-CMS. And what landing CMS should basically do, it should do an integration between landing and CMS. So let's specify dependencies. Again, I think we can copy the package JSON from here. It will be not from here, from here. It will be very similar. So landing CMS, could you guess what it should do?
Integrate landing into the CMS page.
Integrate CMS into landing page. It's an opposite one.
Okay.
So this is the CMS. This is the CMS for you here. And basically the main goal for this one, you can also refer to category CMS, but the main goal here is to inject CMS content factory on into the landing page layout. And that's pretty much it. So this is what I want you to do. 1, 2, 3 modules. 4 modules, no, 3 modules. It should be very easy. You can just see the category and go for it. So added instructions for
Switch branch.
yeah, you can switch branch, but I'll comment into master, so the instructions are in the master, but then you'll merge back. Added instructions for landing page. Good. Push. Push, push. You're ready to go, and I will work on the product page for now. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. If you would like, you can also switch to some less sunny place, if you prefer to, because it seems like it's damn hot right here.
It's damn hot.
Yeah, it's damn hot. We have 3 viewers. It's so hot. We have left with us 3 viewers. By the way, the average watch time is 10 minutes already. It's good way, good sign. And actually, where's my phone? I will check. Maybe I have some notifications which I missed. Oh, it's so hot again. No, sorry for the mic distortion. I did not intend to do it. Oh my god, it's so hot. Thank you guys for liking our announcements in Twitter. This is really important for us. If you can retweet our announcements from my Twitter page, you will be a good person. So, back to reality. Oh, it goes, gravity. Let's, I switched to master branch. I hope so. Get status. I switched to a product branch. Let's get pull origin master here, just to make sure we don't have any changes. And yeah, we do have them. And now we're working on basically what? What is this? Merge. Yes, I would like to merge. I have issues here. I would like to keep all of them except current change. Except both changes. Alexander, don't forget to add your modules into dependencies of blank theme.
Okay.
Perfect. Because we added only one. Like this. Yeah, fixed the dependencies. Not like this. Let's say fixed merge conflict number 2. I would squash comments, but because we are in a hurry, I won't be doing that. So I'm doing yarn. And what should we see now in what we were working with is actually the CMS product. And our goal for this module, let's also write us a goal because it's easier to then later track this. Our goal here is to basically replace or add implementation for what section? I would like to add an implementation for this is landing page. We don't care about the landing pages for now. Yeah, I should start the application first. We should add an implementation for, I believe, the product listing block. So let's see. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Here we go. We see this CMS entity, CMS block, and we have these slots here, which is beautiful. And what we might do is we might actually not need this at all, possibly. We might possibly not need it. We might possibly use just the slot information because I think it's enough here. It has some box layout, it has some data, it has some listing. Does it have anything else? Yeah, I think we should do the CMS slot then. We should do a CMS slot of type, where's my type? Product listing. So add implementation for CMS slot of type listing. Beautiful. And potentially add implementation for CMS slot of type, not CMS slot, of CMS block of type, I did the wrong product type. I think it's product listing here. Beautiful. And it's actually product listing. Boom. And we are also interested in, I believe, what are we interested in? This CMS entity, CMS block. CMS block of type product listing. Let's also do this for CMS block of type listing. Not sure. Let's do a CMS block of type product listing. And that's it, what we want to do in this module. So simple, guys. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. So we create an SRC folder. Here we create a plugins folder. And inside of this plugins folder, let's consider what we are going to do. We are going to actually inject into our component, which is Content Factory. And we would like to modify those guys, I think. Oh, and I have this typo here, so this is element. And I don't think this is element. We are looking for slot type component map. Beautiful. And what we're looking at this and this. So what I think we can do a simple plugin here, and we can name it, for example, CMS entity plugin.js, and let's export default. Let's use the namespace. It's all simple and beautiful. We took the namespace, boom, boom. Now what we need to do is we pretty much need to say what? We need to say, I'm always forgetting. What is this? So it's member property, and we need to say what is the member property we would like to modify, and in our case this is slots, and this is blocks. Perfect. So let's start with slots because it has much more information in it. Okay. I'll disable sound of my MacBook because somebody is pinging me like crazy. Why is the sound still on? Sorry. Sound off. Perfect. Yep. So here we do const, and this const should be add product listing slot, And all what we will do is we'll pretty much take the member here, we'll take member, and what we'll do is we will return the member here, and before returning it, we will take, we will place actually, we will actually take, we'll need to create here new folder, and let's say the component, and here let's do product list slot. So this is our product listing slot, and in this slot I think we might need a container and component, but I'm not sure, and because I'm very lazy I'm going to copy it again from my footer component, but it won't look like a footer component at all. So let's just copy this product listing slot, let's rename this file, boom, let's have this index, amazing, so we have this slot. Now we have to rename this file, we can remove this guy from here, no need for it here, and we're rendering some content, we're not rendering any content, let's do hello for now, and we don't need anything here as well, we're just rendering the content and keeping the render method for you if you would like in your theme to implement a wrapper for this element. Okay, so we did that, and here actually we will do multiple thingies, but for now let's just stop here. And what we'll do is we'll do member, oh, and also we need a new file here, let's copy the name, and this will be a configuration file, and in this config file what we'll do is we'll store export const a key, and this key will be what? And this key will be product listing, so it's a slot type, and this is product list slot type key, and it's, as I said in my readme, a simple product listing. Perfect, so we did that. Now we can go ahead here, do nothing, we can go ahead here and do member, and here we can do product list slot type key equals, and we need to provide a component here, and our component for now is product list slot component. Perfect, I think. I think that's perfect. Yeah, I like it. I like it. We might also rename this to be like this, product listing slot. Okay, and let's call this function here. And yeah, it has an assignment, but we don't pretty much care. We can even optimize this code further on to just return a thing like this. So we'll return the whole member, and for our convenience, maybe we should rename that to block type component map. I don't care. We can destructure it here, and then we can simply provide a new element inside of this map. And if we now remove this, it should suggest me to optimize. Oh yes, of course, I did the wrong thing here. It suggests me to optimize, and now it's just 3 lines of code, and we got ourselves the product list injected into our application. So let's now do a following thing. Let's take a CMS product, and let's go ahead and enable it in our Blanc theme. So CMS product should be enabled. Is it enabled already? No, it's not. So let's just copy line down, and I would like this to actually be present in my application. So let's quickly go to shortcuts. Let's search for copy line down, and it has this stupid thing here, which I don't like. I would like it to be Control D. Okay, perfect. So now I can copy lines down, and I can now replace them with what I want. Perfect. Copy line down and replace with what I want. Now we'll code much faster with this copying line down thing. No comments I see on Twitch, on YouTube, but what we can do now is if we, what's my VS Code doing? My VS Code got dead. What's up? What's up, Mr. VS Code? Oh, you alright? It looks like it's reloaded. Well, reloaded, not a problem. Let's install dependencies because we just symlinked a new package. And let's go ahead into our packages. Let's go to our blank theme and let's start it. And just after this compilation will complete, we'll start. Um, we'll start. Yep, they're ready to start. Starting now. And we should see, let's say, product list will be here. Awesome. And we might even do this, and we might even extend what? Extend CMS entity? No, CMS slot. We should extend CMS slot component. CMS slot component, and let's import it from somewhere. So let's import what? CMS slot component from at scandy pwa CMS, and let's go to src component slash CMS entity, CMS component. Beautiful. This is our CMS slot component. We should be able to see it. Can I go and see it? CMS entity. Oh god, I did the wrong. I did the wrong import. This is CMS slot component. Perfect. And it has some render and the render of content, and we just are writing the content. Perfect. So let's see if we now reload this. We should see a welcoming message or some errors, because it seems like the internet is down. What? Internal server error. What's up? Is the live stream going? Okay. Okay, I see. It was some cache. It seems like port 300 is already in use. I'm sorry. Let's do Linux kill process on port. Cool. So let's do single process kill. Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. So I'd like to kill someone running on a different port. And in this case, no, please don't. Please don't. Just show me the command. Okay, I'll copy this myself. So I'd like to do this. And I'd like to cut this and paste it here. Please, paste it here. What's up? What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Wait a second, it's something very strange is happening with the terminal. I'll just close it up. Open a new one, cd, packages, blank theme. And here I will just do following command: sudo kill, password for me, let me remember, like this. Yep, killed. Hopefully we can now restart it. And once it restarted, we should see our product list being replaced. And this will be our first CMS slot implementation. So congrats, you guys. It's Wednesday, and we did the first CMS slot implementation. Hopefully it will go much faster further on. And we should see a product list will be here. Awesome! So now let's go ahead and think a little bit about what we just what we want to accomplish. So we have this product list, and we have this sidebar, and this sidebar filter. It's well, sidebar filter is not supported. CMS slot of sidebar filter is not supported. We should actually have product listing and sidebar filter share context. How can we do it? Because the CMS section is actually what? CMS section actually doesn't. I haven't seen like a type on this CMS section which would suggest that that's a product. Let me see. So it just says it's a sidebar, has some page ID, has some covers, aliases, and says CMS section. That's not good, because I would like to have a context on this level, and the context of like pagination, a context of like filtering. This would allow us to like easily work with that. And on the other hand, we could have two filtering contexts, because what filtering has, it's reading from URL. This means that actually filtering is just a synchronization between URL and the context. Yeah, we have no problems. So let's then just do our thing. Here, what we'll need to do is, instead of rendering the content, we should actually take the slot information first. And I think we might do it in the container because we need to extract actually. Yeah, we'll definitely do it in the container. So let's do a copy of this file and let's rename it to actually be a container here. Oh my god, not with the capital. Sorry guys. Function, rename, this is the container. Perfect, and let's fix that. And let's copy some empty container. I think somewhere I had it. Where I had it. Maybe in product. Let's see, container. Yeah, this one is pretty empty. I'm fine with that. This is my container, is it? Container, it is. Yep, let's remove this rendering method because we don't need it. And we don't need anything else here, I think. Product provider, should we care? We don't care. Product provider, most likely we don't need it. And here we need a product list slot container. And here we need actually a product list slot component. So let's do like this, like that. Product list slot component, done. It's importing. And now we can implement this higher order component. Awesome. Forsh. What's up? Yeah, it's too hot here, and I'm the only one sitting on the sun right now, out of the whole team. So again, this product slot, and we want to render here what? Inside of the content, most likely, we would like to simply render our product list. So let's find if we have the product list available. We don't, so let's import it. So let's import what? We are importing product list from add Scandi PWA product /src /component /product. Oh, we don't have a product list component yet in product. That's sad. Let's then maybe create it. Should we create it or should we not create it? That's a very good question. I would create it because I would also want to have a product card component right away. It should be simple enough, so let's go ahead and do it. We'll just copy this guy, paste it here. This is now our product card. Let's name it product card. And let's rename all of our underlying thingies here. So this is our product card, and this is our product card. Now index should be fixed. What is this? It shouldn't be here. Is the product containing the same? Yep, so let's just do that. Export class product, export default with hawk. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we have this product card, and what this card should do is it should actually have the proper name here, and it does the same thing as the product page. It allows you to put elements at some place of it, and it should also declare this this context. So let's just add a card here, product card, product card, product card. Beautiful. Now we have this product card component. We are pretty ready. We'll style it. We will be able to like extend it later on. Now it's time for the big heavy lifting guy, and this heavy lifting guy will be our product list. Nice. And we might have more guys here like pagination later on or filters. But for now, I'm just caring about this product list. So we have these components. Yes, I would like to update. Let's put this here. And yes, I would like to update. So let's save this. Let's fix some issues here. Our render will be different. So let's comment this out for now. Let's comment this out for now. Product list container, card component. This is not a card, this is a list, so we should actually do product list component. Boom, like this, like that. Index is product list container, alright. And here we don't need this content map because we will be rendering a list of items, a list of product items. So let's see how we can approach this. I think we are just... What we should actually do inside of our product list, we should actually, like, let's think. We should actually take products. This is our products. We take them from props. Perfect. And what we do with them, we just do products dot map, and we are rendering them with dot render products. Render product, I think we should do. Perfect. And what we should do with this render product should be an arrow function, so it keeps the context, and it has an argument of a product. Nice. So now we can render here our favorite product cards, and I hope product card container, I don't care. Let's remove the container from here. Let's remove this. Let's remove that. Perfect. Now we can render our product card. All we need for product card is to pass in the product, not process, but product from our argument. And that is it for product list for now. I think what I'll do is actually do render products. And I think what I'll do is I got these guys here and I'll put them here. And for content, I'll actually bring back my content map, because at some point I would like to inject also pagination into my product list. I would like to inject some other things into my project list. So let's do content here, and let's do create new sorted render map like this. And all we need to do is to actually return this dot content dot render. Perfect. And finally, we need to specify static props, static prop types for what? For actually our products. So if we take a look somewhere, it should be, I don't want to import them manually, but seems like this is my only good option. So I'll do import prop types from, I don't know why, but VS Code never allows me to import them automatically. So import prop types, maybe I should add some aliases which would automate this process for me, but actually product is now product types dot shape. I think it should be empty for just now. And let's see if we have an API. We have this product type, and we can take actually a product from somewhere here. This is our interface product, and what we are passing in, as I would say, should be a product. So let's say augments, and let's search for this augments because I'm too lazy to find it myself. Copy this, let's put it here. Where is my product slot? Augments here. Let's do this, and we are actually importing product type, and we are caring about a list of products. Yep. Do we have a list of products right away? No, we don't. We have products result. Should we actually give it a product result to our product cards? No, we just want products, and there will be just products. And this is our key here. This will be a single product, and what it dislikes is that actually this is an array of shapes, and this is not just shape, an abstract function. This is prop types shape. Like this, what it will say is products is not required. Absolutely right, products are required. So thank you, Mr. Yeslind. And that's it for our product list. Later on, not it, because here we need to specify, we need to actually specify keys. So let's do like this, and let's completely erase this thing and rename this to be a config file. And this config file, what we will skip is actually a keys for our entries in the product list content map. So the first one will be the products, and let's say products key, product list key. I think it could be a bad idea to name it like so, but I'm fine. So list of products, or whatever products. I don't care. And we might add something more here later on. So let's just do product list key. Let's import it. Perfect. And once it's called, it should call actually this dot render products bind this. So it will just call this function, which will take something from props, which will do the whole thing here. Amazing. So this also means that we should return products from here, and if we are returning products from here, this means that we should actually do a container functions, container props actually, which is a function that should return us new props, and in our case we should return some list of products. And where can we get them? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Where will we get those products? And my small computer here has died. Um, Now I can't watch your comments, which is a little sad. Maybe I can fix this. I will fix this. Can you wait 1 second, please? So I'll do this. I'll do that. I'll take this thing here. Okay, it's now starting. Don't worry. 1 second, please. So your password is required. Okay, your password is this. Okay, it's currently going. So we have some news. Some news. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and continue. So what we had here is actually a product list container, and I said that I want to pass in some products, but yet I don't know where to get them, which is a little bit frustrating. Frustrating. So maybe I did it all wrong. um, maybe I should just go ahead and take this guy from here. Let's take it and let's put it actually into our sorry, where was it? To our CMS product component here. This is actually what I want, not like this. I want it like this, and I want it to be product list here. And what I want to do here is actually I want to have the same structure as I did for this guy. So we'll create this new product list here. We'll create new render products. It will be or render product list specifically. So we'll be rendering product list, and for product list we will just take the what should we take for product list? What should we take? What are like minimum values for product list to render? For product list to render, minimum values are are elements basically of products. Should this be a product list component which just renders product list, then the separate component which renders? Yes, it should be like this. Okay, so this expects products, and I might even say more. Instead of this and that, what we should actually do is here we should read from the context. Could you imagine reading from a context? Yeah, you could. So like this, and we should say that actually context, static context here is actually what? The context of product list is, you guessed it, product list context. I hate it doesn't suggest me. And I think we don't need this config anymore, so we'll delete it for now. And we need to get this product list context somewhere, so let's import it. Product list from where? From again from context, then we go to product list context, and this is what we will use. Perfect. And now we can take simply that from context, and I'll take a look on what it has internally in a second. Do we need a container here? We don't, I think. Yeah, we'll do it in a different way. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. We have this product list. And now about what we have here. So we have this product list context, and it had some products and aggregations, which I love. I don't think we should have aggregations here, actually. So let's just keep products here. And let's say is loading, because all properties. Alexander, please make sure that all props which are boolean start from is. Okay. So yeah, we're taking something from filtering context. That's perfect. And what we should do here is we should actually take, for now, just aggregations sort. I will take just aggregations limit, and that's it. And what I should do is I should actually get products. Let's move these guys afterwards, and let's remove that. And let's make limit and page are only two options which are required. Even let's make a page the first, then limit, then aggregations. So I want the limit to be first, the page I want to be. Oh fuck, that doesn't matter, sorry. What I'll need to do instead is to, it didn't matter, sorry, the order didn't matter. So here is loading should be set to true. Is loading is set to true once it's loading. Product result, await get products. Perfect. So we got product result, and we should just say that we would like to set let's say product, let's keep this for now, and let's say product result here, and this product result in state is product result, so nothing else we need to do. Perfect. Alexander, did you hear me what I said? I would like you to make, if you're writing, please make sure that all boolean props that you define start with is. I don't want to see like loading prop. I would like to see is loading.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Perfect. So I don't want this component to request anything on mount. I would like to do a component did update previous props previous state, loading product state, loading previous state. If it's not loading, this looks like garbage. We don't actually need this, but we'll to do implement if filters or URL changed. Okay. So we go like this, we go like that, we go like this, we go like that. Perfect. And what should we do now? Yes, we have this display here, and what we should do here for now is we should do is loading. We're taking from here and we're setting to is loading, and we like to do products, and we would like to take, actually not like this, let's go and create a new function, and let's call this function products, and let's do get new get products, and in this function of this get products, what we'll do is we'll actually go ahead into our state and take products, and then we'll take elements, and those are our products. So we're doing this from state, and let's just return elements. Perfect. Okay, we don't need this anymore, and this now looks perfect. But But what we should do here is after this is set to state, or even before this is set to state, we should um, actually update our filters. So here to do update filters, and this is important. Okay, so we'll need to update filter context. And with filtering context again, we have this issue. We cannot actually, what I imagined just recently, we cannot do this sidebar filter as it is, because yes, it might display filters which are selected, but it will never display filters which are kind of not selected, but instead which are, how would you say it? So I want this to be a context actually. I want this category to be a context. Is this a problem? This is not a problem because it depends on where we are rendering our components. Yeah, this makes sense, and this is specifically why I made product list not render the context around itself. And also what I want to do is I would like to change the appearance of this studio, of this YouTube studio, because currently it renders everything black, which is completely unacceptable. So let me find YouTube studio white theme. Can I do YouTube studio white theme? Open your YouTube studio app, settings, then we go to I don't have any settings here. I don't have any settings here. Well, that's sad. I won't be able to like see good what's happening. Sorry guys. If you're writing comments, I might miss them, or at least no. Now I see. Maybe that was some issue with brightness. Okay. So again, I was thinking I had a problem, but I don't have a problem. Okay. 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 And what we should also keep here, I think, is actually this get aggregations. And what I also think we should have here is get page. Probably get page. Or don't we need this? No, we don't need current page because it's in filters, but we need get total page, I think. Total page. And how should we do it actually? Because filters, they might not need a product page at all. The totals is just for display. Okay. Total pages. Can we do it like this? Total pages. Can we declare it? Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So here aggregations. We're taking products dot aggregations. We're returning aggregations. Awesome. And this is to do update filters. Perfect. So now let's think about how should we update filters. This update filters. Do we need to update filters here? Actually we don't. Filters only updated when you request something, and the product list holds the other information. Okay, maybe we should. That's it. I think that's it for now. We need to do that if filters changed, but otherwise, I think that's it. Cool. So what we can do now is we can go ahead. What's up?
In 15 to 20 minutes, we'll have some food.
Awesome.
I expect you to eat with us. So we'll make a post here. Problem.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Product listing slot. Render product list. Blah blah blah. This is product listing key, which we don't have yet. I'll get back to this guy in a second. Let's visit our filters. Our filtering context. So filtering provider. Oh, let's see what it has here. Let's remove post filter. Let's remove sorting. Let's remove filters. We just want aggregations and limit and page. Okay. So limit by default is default. It's nice. Page is first. Okay. Now to the provider. We have this supported properties, but I don't think this might actually Mm. Hmm. Can I add setter from outside? Object add setter function JS. Can I like add a value to an object from outside, like add a setter from outside with object defined property only? Yes? That's not beautiful. That's not beautiful. Hmm. What we can work with that? It's fine. So okay, when we are now with about these search params, yes, this search params from the next router. Uh, Now we can at least see them. Let's console log them here. Everything will break right now, but it's kind of fine, I think. So what we have to do now, um, product list slot, component. Uh, yes, let's for now just console log that, and here let's just do. This is list for now, just for now. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. So if we reload this, this is list. Perfect. However, this is not what we're going to do. What we need to do actually is we need to replace this sidebar with, we need to render a product listing logic here. So how would we approach it? This is our content factory, the first, the second. So here's our entity. Can we know somehow this is indeed a product page? Extensions, foreign keys, alias, nothing interesting. Page ID, boxed, type, sidebar. So this is type sidebar, which actually contains a product list. Okay. Then what we might do is actually check if something contains a block of type product list and render a different element in this case. Let's see, can we do it? In order to do it, where is the issue? Yeah, keep it like so. Where might the issue be? So if we consider this content factory, and if we would like to say, we can do it here in this render entity. Basically, if we find that the entity, okay, let's try doing that. This would be like a little bit dirty plugin. It would be easier to render section and default here, I think. I'll finish the stream. I think I'll pause the stream at least at 15, and then we'll do another. And then we'll eat. We'll have some pause, and then we'll be back. At what time should we be back? Like at 15? Yeah. What time will the food be ready today, approximately? Akim, at what time will the food be ready approximately?
After like 20 minutes.
Ah, 20 minutes more. Okay, then, okay. Liana, can you wait with your question, like 20 minutes? So I would like to render this entity, and will it be a good idea to like check here? I think it's better to provide actually an implementation and check in the implementation. So CMS section of type default and of type sidebar. I assume there will be just two of those. So let's maybe simply create those components here. It should be like super simple to do. And let's just rename this to CMS section default, and let's rename this to actually be CMS section sidebar. I'm fine with that. Let's copy this thing here, and let's replace this with that sidebar component. Yes, I don't need anything out of this. I just need to change render content, so it just renders us children for now. So it just renders us children. Okay, that's perfect. That's what actually this thing does. And later you will be able to modify it in any other way as you wish to modify it. So this is our sidebar component. Don't need any prop types. Let's remove this check. Children. Oh yeah, because we need to extend entity CMS entity component, and we actually should extend this, and we actually should extend that. Perfect. Now we don't need this, and I think we don't need this as well, and we can move this here and check, and it still works. Perfect. And actually we can copy this here, and for our section default we can just do the same, except it should be it should have a different name. So let's quickly rename it to that, and after save, why? What's up? Okay, let's just save CMS. Okay. It looks like we have some typo here. No, we didn't. Okay, perfect. We have a default section, we have non-default section, the sidebar one, ideal. So what we can do now is we can just say section and let's not forget to add the configuration files. So this is default.config.js. Let's export const, and let's say CMS default section, and this is section, let's just say it's default. We just need to say it's default, otherwise it won't work. And it's a key just for us to understand, and let's copy this here, and this is actually sidebar, and for sidebar we need another key, so sidebar. Perfect. And let's go for sidebar, ideal. So now we go to Content Factory and we say sidebar, where is our sidebar? CMS default, oh my god, I did default section key 2 times. This is default, this should actually be sidebar. Okay, and now we can do CMS default section key equals, and now we should actually give it a component, CMS default component. We don't need this, and we might ignore that. I think it might fail to build because of some unupdated imports. Perfect, and we also do CMS sidebar, and this should be CMS sidebar section sidebar component, and it's CMS sections, and let's just rename this to be sidebar ideal. No, I don't want. Okay, what's the issue here? Why it's not highlighting? It's highlighted. I think the biggest issue is this. Yes, so we need to change this import to something valid, like so, and we need to change, this is already changed. Okay, let's reload, and what we should see now is some of these, we can see basically some sections disappeared, so these warnings disappeared, and we now see Content Factory component, CMS section default, CMS section sidebar. Perfect. And what we can do now is we can do a very complex thing, not complex, but very crucial thing. We should go ahead into our CMS product, and here we should actually change our plans a little bit, and we should provide actually a plugin for CMS section, and let's do it. So let's do it in the same file, because I feel like that's a very related logic. If it will be not, I will remove this to a different file. So if it's a sidebar section, or if it's section in general, that's a big question. If it's a section in general, I think we should add a context. No, only for sidebar section, or no, or for any section. Let's for now do it just for a sidebar section, and I'll add some comment here. To do determine if just the sidebar section could contain product list, products. Okay, I'm fine with this. And now here let's do another key, and this key would be section sidebar, like so. We take it, we copy it, we paste it here. And now we're doing another plugin which is called member function, and member function is actually this render content. And in our case, we would like to render product, render filter context, I think. Filter context. Render product filter and product context. Let's see, maybe at some point we would need to merge them together, because at this point we had a plan of 2. Maybe it's not needed. So here we'll have a call, we'll have args, we'll have call back, and we'll have an instance. Beautiful. And so once we have them, we can do the following things. So the first thing we do is we do original content, and we'll do callback on args. Perfect. This is our original content, and what we should do now with this original content, we should actually check if if does the entity contain blocks, and the blocks of it, and specifically what blocks? Specifically the product listing blocks, not like so. If this entity contains blocks, and the blocks are of type where is the type of block? Of type product listing, we should actually do something about it, or add our context rendered around that. So let's do it. So let's do it. So we should do basically instance dot props dot entity, and this is our const section. Perfect. This is our section, and what we should do is we should do const, let's say, is has what? Is has product list block. So if it has a product list block, what we should do is we should actually go ahead and if it has, then let's see how can we check if it has this. It should be section dot blocks dot contains, I think, contains, and I think contains is the wrong function. So let's go ahead to reference array. Sorry, arrays potentially. No. Okay, JS sum array. Yeah, sum it is. If sum of blocks have a type, and that type shouldn't be like this. if type is equal to product list slot type key. Actually, we need product list block type key. Perfect. Perfect. But we need to import it from a different place. Yes, it's undefined. Product list block type key, product list block, product list block. So let's see if we do have it. We don't have it yet. Let's create one. Thank you, yes. And this should pretty much do the same thing as here, but it should do product list block type. Yes, perfect. Now this should contain some value. Why doesn't it? Don't we have this? Product list block dot config dot js, and we have this exported product list block type key. So why isn't this working? I will let's comment out this for now, and let's comment out this for now. So what we are looking for is this product list block type key. Let's actually just do let's in this section. Okay, so let's rename this plugin to be CMS product products sidebar plugin, and let's copy it and say CMS product CMS product entities plugin. And what we want to do here is actually enable this and actually enable that, and here should be a slot, and we are adding slots where render slot. Yes, we're ready. So this is a slot type component map. We're adding a slot to it. We don't need this, and we don't need that, but we need this at least for now. And we'll add here a block. The block, it will be very similar, but for now I'm not sure how will it look like. I'm not sure how will it look like. Okay. Okay. So now going back here. Sorry. This is some wrong file. Product CMS product sidebar plugin. We don't need here this. We don't need here that. And we don't need this at all. And now we are rendering content. We're checking if it has something. So if it indeed has a product such block, then what we should do is we should actually if it has such block, then what we should do I'm starting to lose my mind a little bit. I need to take a break because I'm coding and talking too long, and now I'm starting to lose my own ideas. So basically, if it doesn't have any product block, then we should return original content. Otherwise, we should return something different. We should return actually a product. What I'm afraid of is we are already calling render, and we are starting from the bottom up. It might become a problem, but let's wait and see. So we won't have to have here product filtering provider, and we want here to have a what? Where was my second one? It was product list provider. So it's product list provider. And then here we only want to render the original content. And this actually complicates things a bit. So we have this product filter provider. Let's import it. We're importing it from Shopware product. src context products list provider. And I think we should have another copy of product filtering provider. Oh, this was the product filtering, so this first is product list. The second one for us will be product filtering. Okay, filtering, and we can actually rename it to filtering provider so it matches the name. Okay, we have this filtering provider. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now do these guys expect something from props? This one does not expect anything in props. This one does not expect anything in props. This one has this listener, which is cool and fine. Did mount, will unmount, perfect. It listens for history updates. Default limit is also here. Starting to lose traction very much. But still, if we just take a look, yeah, it should fail rapidly. CMS entity plugin indeed. We should just reload our application or compilation. What I expect it's to break. Well, it didn't. Why didn't it broke? So we have this component actually. Let's see if our plugin fired at all. So this is CMS product. Let's see console.log has product listing block. It has one. Oh, okay, so nothing changes. It's just okay. Sorry. So now let's call this get search params somewhere here. We don't care about post filter, we don't care about sorting, we don't care about filter at this stage. Ideal. This is for the future. This is on history change. Okay, so let's just do console dot, or let's just call it here, this for now, get search params. Okay. Actually, we should call it. We should call it on construct. So during the construct, notice this is not a default constructor. This is actually scandpw, or it's not scandpw, but mosaic specific constructor that allows you for its extensibility. So let's do this dot get search params here. This is what's important. So let's see. The search params actually has query here, but this query here is a different query of what the real thing is. Next.js get URL parameters. Hmm. Okay, let me try the following thing. New URL. Um, can I set Next.js set URL query parameter Next.js? Can I do it? Hmm. Why does it think that this is actually a query? Okay, what if I do it as follows? A equals B. What would you say to me? A equals B? Where it is? I remove the console log, what happens? Let me do some enters here and reload the page. It's A equals B. I expect to see A equals B. Will you render me A equals B? Oh wait, no. Wait, no, it just works like this. I have to fix my cell URL module. Cell URL module plugin, and what this plugin did, it's actually took the URL, current URL, and it's tried to fetch it. So what we should do instead with this current URL is we should do const new const path name equals new URL, current URL, and this should be let's call it dirty current URL, and this is actually okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's just do it like so, just do it like so, like so, like so, and let's I'll fix this in a second. So let's do this to be current path name, so it updates the reference, and this will be current URL. And because we want to try get it with just a current path name, it should work alright. And I did it for wrong place. Cell path info is this thing. Wait. Wait. Okay, I did that in the wrong place. So this keeps like it keeps current URL. But what should change is actually this. And instead of doing that, we should do new URL from this, and we only care about path name, and I hope it does support non-absolute URLs, so let's check. I hope this works, but I'm expecting it to fail actually myself. Yes, invalid URL, that's 100%. Um, do I have anything here? So these are my arcs. Can I get something from there? Arcs, and let's just console.log arcs. I want to see like a graph. Request URL is again not valid link. It's not, doesn't contain the header. How do I trim it? Well, the easiest way to trim it is actually do it as follows. So I can do, let's remove what it was here. Let's remove how it was here. And then what they did is they just substring that. And what we can do is we can actually split by question mark and get only the first part. And this should also work. This should also work. Okay. Now we can see here have some logs, back, events, components, but I'm interested in query. A equals B. Okay. So, okay, that makes sense. And if we, can we get on it? Okay, we have to do the pause. I'll do a pause for some time. And how should we do it? I think maybe I should just stop stream at some point, or I might do a new is I'll take this browser So I think we're ready to continue, and I'll move my mic a little closer. And I'm in more shadow now than I was before. And let's check it out. So we have this path name again, and we were working on getting sure that we can get this query object here. So how can we actually replace or push? We have a push option. So how can we push with new? Let's see, next.js push uh, redirect, or not redirect. Let's do next.js set query param. How can we do it from URL? So let's see how do we listen for it. We're listening for pop state, which doesn't seem right because pop state I think is a little different thingy, but still. I don't really like the idea of asking the server to prepare us the data every time, because basically we are reusing the most of it. So how can we get away from this approach? Because I think if we call the router, it will really redirect us and make a new request. So possibly we don't need actually to use it. Big question here. Big question here. And if we do replace, what will happen if we'll do replace in the next.js? Next.js replace
Можно это за
history.
скрипт?
Yes.
Very good.
How should I better do it? Should I push something to state? So I have this query and I would like to push. And what are the arguments for push? Can we see? It's unknown. Okay, so most likely if we go here to router, if we go here to next router, and if we see push here, is there any push? There is a push. So we're pushing to URL as URL, don't know. Masks URL for the browser. Options shallow. Do we have query here somewhere? Handle route info error. That doesn't seem right. Get route info. Query set. Wait, there was some set. Wait a second. Set route path name parsed URL query as string. Next.js update history, update query prompts. Update query params without update query params. So how can we do it? Seems like we drop some frames, which is not good. We're dropping frames. I can see that the YouTube is saying that we're receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Can you take a look, Alexander? Maybe we should disable something, maybe we should somehow adjust.
What can we adjust?
Maybe decrease the quality, not sure.
Decrease, man. Open OBS.
it has some drop frames. I don't know when it started dropping them, but
Well, it looks like currently it's okay.
I hope so. But YouTube doesn't see it. Can you refresh the page? Maybe then it will resolve it. Okay, so let's see if we can do it. So there is set search params. Only do set search param.
Him is healthy.
Okay, good. I think that was like a temporary thing. So what we're doing here is we should do actually router dot push, and we should actually replace something here. How can we better do it? We should take basically this is a query. So how can we adequately do it? How can we reconstruct it? Next, just search params. How to do it? Router query equals, and then we just push router. Ah, okay, that makes so much sense. Okay, so let's do key value, and when we do then we do router dot key equals value, and then we just push the router into the router. Is that correct? I hope so. And here when we're getting the params, we should get search param, I think would be better. So we'll just take a key, and then what we should return is we should return, or not like this, we should do dot query, okay, like so. And what we should do is we should actually do return query by key, and I think that should be enough for us, at least for now. And in this case, where we had this construct, here we had this construct. So what we should do here is we should actually do this dot. We should go through all getters in our state, we should update the state basically, and we should get through all of our setters and getters here. Let's quickly write this to work. So let's say export const page key, param key, and that's just page. Let's quickly do like so. I'm hopeful this will work. I think that will not work actually. Let's try. So this is a page param, but I don't think we can do like this. We can do like this. Wow, okay. So now we need to get this dot get search param, this one, and parse it. Okay, and for setting, I think we should just do return this dot set search param, then we should do this one, and value is value. It looks legit. So we have to do the same for multiple things, and the first thing is page, the second thing is limit actually, and despite, so this is limit, this is limit, this is limit, this is limit, and we're parsing it, yes, to string as far as I remember. Yes, we're parsing it to string, and for aggregations I think we have a different approach here. So for aggregations we have to parse it back to array. So let's say aggregations, and this is actually limit, and this is actually aggregations. Or aggregations. What's up, Alexander?
Okay, from my side, I just committed.
I just committed those
landing changes.
landing changes. Awesome. Okay. So if we consider we have those landing changes now,
You can review it.
we can review it, but I'm in the progress of doing filters right now. So let me finish with filters and then we might review what you did. So, what can you take next? Let's think. Let's think what you can take next. So as far as I remember, we should have got some. This is something we don't need anymore. Um, so we now have the handler for product page. We now have handler for all of this multiple stuff. Yeah. And what can we proceed with doing? Uh, what can we proceed with doing? Let me consult the demo store here. So it has some variants here. And you can add some options as far as I see. That's interesting. Alexander, would you be so kind, Alexander,
Yes.
to create a product price module, maybe, or just or product media folder, like media module for now. I'm just thinking of what you can take at this current stage, and I'm looking at the product page. I can see there is like a media preview. Maybe we should just make a module and then product media, for example, and then add a display of this media to product page and product card. But for this to work, I first need to commit my product changes. Maybe that should wait for a little while. Maybe I can ask you to do some of these stuff. But those again are simple renders. That's nothing. That's pretty much we don't pretty much need it. Quite a lot of questions here. So what could you take? We have done products, CMS, categories. Huh? Landing. What we have not done. URL rewrites we have done. We're doing authorization and yeah, Yegors is doing authorization and what he's doing as well. Okay. Maybe you could consult with Yegors and start implementing the card.
Okay.
Because then we'll have a product page and we will be able to connect them together and pretty much have the card pretty much instantly. Sounds alright?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so here, for these limits, the stuff, we need to have the last one here, and this is actually the aggregations. As I said, it will look differently. And Alexander, I'll call you when I want, or you can you can sit here if you would like. I'll call you when I want to speak about the.
Link.
Yep.
Okay. I will find the Yegors.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'll keep it stringified in JSON in the URL. And then when reading it, instead of parsing it from int, I would like to actually JSON parse it to basically an array. No, I hope this is an array. Okay. So now we can remove this set property. It's no longer needed, or it is needed, but for other purposes. It's an outside function. So let's keep it here for now, and let's for now remove everything what we have here on history change. So this is to do implement, and this set property is to do implement essentially like this. And for now I'll keep this because I don't think it's a pop state. Actually, I don't think we actually need this because we have now with router down there, and it's current. It will update automatically. So we'll handle this a little later. Now let's handle this set property. So about setting property, what we should do is we should actually say, or we should actually say that our, how could we approach this? This dot supported properties key equals value. I think that's it. And this should update everything. And let's also do something like collect default, or basically we should we should call this on history change. So on history change, what we would like to do is we would like to basically call console.log this guys. Let me see if it has like, I would like to see object.keys here. Object, yeah.
Maybe we should move the camera.
Why?
Well, it's going from this shape and not on your legs.
You can move it a little bit. It's no problem for me. Okay, so let's see what will the supported properties print out for us. And supported properties called nothing because we need to call them in our constructor. So let's do this dot handle on route change basically, and let's see what's up here. Cannot convert undefined. Undefined, but supported properties is set. Strange. Let's just do this and see what will happen.
Also,
Yeah.
I talked with the Yegors and he said that after our module, he will be doing cart and checkout.
Mm-hmm.
So, what can I do? What can I think can be done is typings for API requests.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're implementing actual UI, you have all the data you need
Mm-hmm.
inside your editor. So you know about which properties you have, which values,
Okay.
and so on.
But I think before we approach this could be a good way. But I'm still thinking that we have this pretty empty product page with nothing on it. So if it would be possible for you, maybe you should just join my story and just try to do this. Try to do this product page stuff, because basically we need like a display this media here. We need the price there. It's actually all there. You just need to add this as a section into the product card or into the product page eventually. And maybe at some point we can even do this, like configurations, because it's already present in the response, and we have a product context, so you can append the product context to like be able to handle those options. Yeah, what do you think?
I think that's a good idea, but we still don't have any UI.
Haven't you done yet the UI for this?
UI I copied from
One of our projects, sure.
yeah,
And
and source code is there, but there is no modules that implement it.
okay, this could be the first ones, like the first modules that will. I think you can. But what UI do you want here? This is just price display, for now. It's not any kind of like complex UI. You can do a price module, do a price component that would take, I don't know, currency and value and would render it, for example. And you could do like a media that would display us, for example, a list of images and a single image.
Yeah, this is what I need to figure out.
So take a look. Yeah, I would like to, when I visit like the product page, for example, like so, I would like to see something more than a white screen. So you can put some data here and do it in modular fashion. You can even do this name in the product itself. Yeah. And I think, yeah, descriptions and reviews, you can work on this already. Reviews specifically, because reviews are already there. Like this actually requests, and this actually contains the product here right away, so you can do anything right now. So I think you should be good to go. Let me just commit it, commit these changes, so you can access them.
Okay.
Work in progress product implementation. Okay, I'll push. You can now take the product branch and work on top of that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So you can choose any part of the product page and just implement it. You can start with name and description because it's common between products, and you can just put it in the product module itself. But then moving forward to like media and prices, I would like this to be separate because there could be different implementations later on, like with sliders or with like super fancy zooms. So, yeah,
Indeed.
the DOM has wrote to me. Hey, we are happy to welcome you. Welcome you. Drop me some link or what? Ping me once ready. So we'll have a Dom from Shopware joining us today. That's nice. So yeah, let's continue with this on history change, and we were on a different product. I think somewhere around here. Yep. And on history change, what we want to do is we want to actually get through all of these properties. So how can we do it? Just get all properties of object. But this get on property names the object keys. It didn't work for some reason. So if I do like this doesn't work. I have no idea why. Yeah, you can see cannot convert undefined or null to an object. This is bad. I defined them with getter. Maybe I should just eliminate this need and simply do it in a different way. Like this. So I'll have get and then I'll have set. Think we can also do it like this, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Can I do it like this? So we get and we get set. And so I think set it was the first one and get was the second one. So this is get. And this should return us something. Yep, could be like this. Maybe then if I just do object dot keys out of this guy, he will work. I'm just hopeful it will. If we do it like this, will it work? Okay, so first it's empty and then it's full. And we had no need to change it actually here, back to these getters and setters. Cool, so we have these getters and setters and we can keep them, it's all fine. The biggest problem here is that when we call this constructor on history change, this actually doesn't work because we ideally we would need to return values. So let's do get current state from URL. This is our separate function that will do the stuff. So let's say const yeah, so let's do return object dot keys. Do we need only keys? We can actually go for object dot values, I think, of this, and if we map them, don't think we need to map them. I think we can go for each. and instead of values, let's go for entries. And for each, let's say what key and value, what we would like to return is actually we would like to return we just only need values, I think, key value object. So we need to, instead of for each, we need to reduce this. We need to reduce this into what? So this is our accumulator. This is our return value. So if I do it like this and I add accumulator here, I can say key and value. So I'm converting it back. And is that's it? I think so, but the only one small thingy is this. So I need to get this. And I would also need to do this dot state is equal to this dot get current state from URL. What I'm very afraid of is that this thing is not there by default. Thus, what can we do? We can actually do it static, I think. But if we do it static, we won't be able to change it and inherit it. That's bad. Who will we? No, we won't be able to. So what I dislike the most is the reason that this, for some reason, at some point is actually undefined. This is making me a little bit crazy. So let's remove this on here. No, let's keep it. So let's see. Reduce of empty array with no initial value. Okay, no initial value. Of course, we should add the initial value. And what's up here? We should do it like this, I think. Yeah, no need for this. Okay. This is our reduce. So we're reducing it from array to this dot get search param is not a function. This dot get search param is not a function. Okay. Okay, so what if we do it as follows? We do first this, and then we do all the other stuff. This should now work. At least I'm hopeful to. Get search param is not a function. Get search param is a function, so you're a big liar. Maybe this is because we are not sharing a context here. Could very well be. I believe this is actually why. But can I do getters and setters? Can getter. They cannot be like this, am I right? Yeah, you cannot do such getters. I think what should we do is finally resign from all of this stuff, which I had here initially. And most probably I'll need to anyway do this approach. So I'll get this get. This will be my get function. This get function will do me this. And pretty much I can remove that part as well. And I'll have set function, and my set function is actually the opposite. Sorry. So this is actually set, and this is actually get, and this is actually value. Okay. And here I think we should go the same way. So we get this going. We should be ready to get. I think we should switch to a limit here. And this is our get function. This is our get function. We're just asking for it. And this should be our set function. And the set function takes in value. Then all it does is just sets the value. Beautiful. And now we have this next, last one, I think, aggregation. And what it does, it's the same get, with empty things here, and this get just JSON parses the URL. And I think we should have a set here, and this set should actually get the value, and this value should be later used. And I hopeful this will now work as I am expecting it, except we need to do query.key. No, this is router, supported properties dot get. No, this is dot key dot set. I think we should call it on a value. So let's pass in the value here. And for this guy here, I think we should do key, but then we should do value dot get key, like this. No, value dot get. Get doesn't get anything else. Hopefully this will help us a bit at least. Unexpected token. Yes, the token is indeed unexpected because we don't have a value. So what we can do is we can actually do we should do a check here, I think, because it will get us some undefineds by default. Let's try this getter here, and let's make it a little bit more complex. Let's try getting, and let's try getting, and this is what we want to return. But if we were unable to get, let's return this guy here. So hopefully now something happened here. So if we take a look at this, and this what component we were in, filtering provider, context, value, aggregations, and limit is none and page is none. Okay, so what should we do is we should actually have a default value somewhere here. So default limit, where it is, so this one, or actually a default limit, and here this one, or actually 1. And now we don't actually need this. Let's see. Limit is still none. Limit. Oh, this is setter. Sorry, I did it in a wrong place. Everyone, first we get, then we set. Let's do it in this order. Okay, beautiful. And let's see what's inside of our filter context provider. We have value, aggregation is empty, limit is 1, page is 10. For some reason page is 10. Because I did it in a improper way. Okay, now it should be alright. So I should see basically array of 0, limit 10, page 1. And if we now set this to be limit equals 12, what we should see is actually a limit change. Yep, the limit is changed in the context. Beautiful. So what we should do now is actually we should keep track of changes. So component did update, and let's see. Let's see. What's VWET? VWET. So, what do you think? Sounds great. But I would prefer Meet. Google Meet. Okay. So. Component did update. On history change, here, let's see, is our history actually updating, or even let's implement this later. So to do track the URL change, basically here, and on history change to do update the state. Basically on history change we know what we want to do. On history state change we just want to do this dot set state, and we want to get the state from actually we want to get this value from this get current state from URL. That's it. So track URL change, then call on history change. Perfect. Perfect. So what we can do now is we can invite Mr. Dom to our meeting, and for this I think we'll need to do a new meet. So let me create a new meet and create a new meeting for later. Here we go, and I'll copy this URL. Nice. So here's our link. Let me give it to Mr. Dom. So https meet dot google.com /fjv dash ewwp dash aox. I think that's the right that's the right thing. So our mic is not working. Let's fix this real quick. Check your audio. Oh, I'm very fat here. I will disable the webcam. So join now, and let's see if we have permissions. So always block. Now continue allowing. Dismiss. So let's see. I want to see settings, and I want my microphone to be Yeti. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Does it work? No, it doesn't. Built-in analog stereo. Using different devices in your mic and speaker can cause echo. Okay, default. For some reason this doesn't work for me. Google doesn't like me to record my voice here. That said, built-in analog stereo. Yeah, this sounds like working. Built-in analog stereo test. Yep, it's working. Okay, so now we are here on this meet, and if the Dom will join, we'll be able to show him something. Okay, so let's. Sorry for the disruption. Let's continue working on our filters. So basically, we now have this filtering logic, which sounds extra cool. Now we can prepare these aggregations with these context values. So basically we have nothing to prepare here because they are kind of working, but what we should do here is we should do this set property here. So let's do set property here, and let's bind it to this dot set property dot bind this. What this should allow us to do is basically to call the property set from outside, which would trigger this function, which would actually update the URL. And this is basically the approach for filtering. Now let's get back to our product list provider, and here we were actually taking the aggregations limit pages from context and making product requests. But is this actually a good solution? So when we are calling this, do we need this products in state? We might want to have this products in state, but we might also want to pass them from outside because of the server-side rendering. Thus, what we need to do is to do another construct here, and in this construct we should pass in the props, and then we should call super._construct props, and here we can just do this dot state equals what we have here. The question is, we're keeping in state product results. So let's do it here. Product results is loading. Products results, and then we do like this, and I think this is not, this should be like this, and is loading by default is false because this is returned by default from the server side. But let's not, so let's do what? Let's try, let's try here to do following thing. So we will take this from props. So we want products result to be actually coming from props, and if it came, then we want to use it. Otherwise, it will be empty. And actually, this will be empty, and this will be product result. So basically, if we have a product result, then if it's true, then we are loading. This is not correct. So if we have product result, we shouldn't be showing it. Admit. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm here. Yeah. Hi. So the Dom joined us. We're currently live streaming. We have not so much viewers concurrently. It's like 4 people. But still, we're doing quite a big progress right now.
Maybe more. Yeah, nice. So you've been frogging 3 days straight.
Yeah, us and the team. That's what we do normally. But now we are live streaming it and have some feedback sometimes and help from the community. That's much helpful. And we also like to report on progress publicly. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now.
Very cool. Yeah, I've been following some of it, and I really like the approach that you're doing it, and it's nice to just be able to follow along and interact in
Cool.
that way.
Today we did quite a lot of progress. Are you seeing the stream? If I won't be sharing the screen to you here in the meet because of an internet connectivity issues. Like I'm currently in a place where we're like so far away from the city center, so I'm not sure that the internet connection will handle this. But you can watch the stream in like 15 seconds muted. Yeah, and you will see that basically I'll be showing the screen. You'll be saying like, that's what we did. So our progress today was quite huge. We actually did all of the SEO integrations. So we now have like SEO URLs, basically resolving the URLs. Then we have SEO URL category, which actually renders the category pages on the page. We have SEO URL landing pages, which renders landing pages on URL. And we have SEO URL products. That's like all of the types which we currently aimed to support, at least for now. And
we also have login and registration.
Oh, we also
Pull
did
request is
authorization. So pull request is pending. Cool. And we also have like this category stuff, also like everything related to category done. Basically, everything related to category in our case is just context, a layout, and pretty much a request. And then we also have an integration of, we have a CMS module done. This means like we don't have all of these sections, blocks, and slots implemented, but we have an abstraction which we are building on top of right now. For example, currently we are integrating like product listing blocks and sections and slots into our application. And we have already integrated CMS into landings and into category. So now if like we go to the page and we reload it, we'll like see some results going on. And this works like for most of URLs. I think like for URLs in general it works. So the current task which I'm working on, which you like joined on, is basically this product stuff which we're doing. Our idea is to like fetch products on the server side, then like get them into the application. But we're doing it in a context way, yeah. And yeah, it's currently in progress. You can do like building stuff to ensure that we are not just fetching on the client side. We also can get data from the server. So it's going quite nicely. We have this extensibility approach. So what you might have seen is that we have quite a lot of modules ready. All no, like those are standalone modules, and this could also mean that at any point anybody could switch some of them in and out. And you can think about this like we have a product media, and some people like don't like the normal appearance, so they can plug the module away and then plug it back in, different module back in, implementing the same functionality but differently. And they can do it in a single click. In the single click, not in a single click really, but by changing the enabled extensions in the package JSON of our Blanc theme. And we are doing pretty straightforward job in terms of like file organization, because like if you remember, like we don't force anybody to write anyhow in terms of file structure. You can put files pretty much in any place, but for your convenience at the moment we have like approach of having just 4 folders inside of the source folder. This is API, component, utility, and sometimes the context. And those pretty much cover all of our needs. And yeah, API contains like typings and requests. Components contains just the layouts. And I think maybe sometimes they very rarely contain logic, because all of the logic is currently moved in contexts. So contexts are pretty much like context. They allow the elements which are the children of this context to like know what they're doing and what's happening. So yeah, that's basically how it works at this current stage, and that's pretty much all we need. So it's very basic architecture, but it's very solid in terms of like implementation and stability. And the big thing which might be interesting, so you asked specifically how we will approach the CMS implementation. So if you're interested, I might tell you a little bit more about how we did it. And yeah, if you would like, would you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, you had some question. Yeah.
followed a little bit about how you did like the resolving. I see you already found out about the whole idea of sections, blocks, and slots.
Yeah.
So that already appears quite solid. But yeah, feel free to go into it once.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look. So for example, here we have this CMS. And the CMS in general, if you want if you have like some sections and you would like to render them, well, all you need to do is like in terms of a category, all you do is you pretty much do following. You take this CMS content factory and you pass these sections into it. And in this case, this is a plugin that adds a category, the CMS section to category layout, basically. And this adds the CMS content factory. And the CMS content factory is actually quite simple in terms of its implementation. Internally, it has like a map of sections, a map of blocks, and a map of slots. And because of our extensibility, we don't need any JSON files, we don't need any file structure bindings. We just can say, this is our section type component map, this is our block type component map, and if we need it later on, if like we would need to inject some products into or some product listing blocks or specific sections, we can go ahead and just plug them in like we do here in the CMS of the products. So we can see we're taking this class, this namespace, yeah, this content factory component, and we're taking this slot type component map, and we're just pushing a single element into it by the product listing slot type key. And then when it's rendering, it just renders it right away. And the rendering as well is pretty simple. We have here like a rendering for sections, then for each section, each block, and each slot. So basically we have different renderings for sections, slots, and blocks. And I would have liked to abstract it a little bit more, but I don't think this repetition actually makes much difference. So I'm quite happy with how it turned out. And then slots, and we have this, I don't know if this like us being like too selective, or maybe that's a bad idea. But we kind of think about sections and blocks as entities, and we think about slots separate, because like blocks and sections could indeed have like styles and stuff, but slots don't really have styles, or at least as far as we saw it. So we render slots differently, but blocks and sections in general, they have one common renderer. And this renderer is actually this guy here. That's the CMS entity renderer, and we have CMS slot component. Those are components simply. And what we do is we are just calling them and passing in some props. We process styles, we process class names, and we pass in the entity itself to them. The entity is, of course, a section or a block, and we pass that in. And in our entity, we just render them. So in the rendering, we reuse styles and we reuse the class names. And in the content, we just render the dummy content that says like this section is not currently implemented, yeah, or this type is not supported, as you might see here. And once we want to change, for example, and this is a class. So if it's a class, then we can pretty much inherit from it. Thus, we can have this CMS section default or an implementation for default section. And the default section just renders items for now, because this is a blank theme and we don't do any styling. And later on, when you will be building your own themes on top of this one, you will be able to add your own styles and change how the content is rendered and stuff. But by default, render content is simply rendering children. But for some more complicated examples, if we go to like CMS products, we can open some blocks up, or the slot specifically, and we will see that the render content will later on include specifically the product list rendering instead of like children or whatever it has underneath. Yeah, well, that's basically our implementation. It's very straightforward in my personal opinion, but it gets straightforward once you understand the main idea of Mosaic, so how it works, yeah? And this is all about you making plugins into the code and yeah, making sure that, yeah, that's pretty much it. If you wrote our manifest, you kind of should be on some level of understanding this. Yeah, so this is how we're going.
Can I ask one more specific question related to the CMS?
Yeah. Sure.
So you said you've implemented sections and blocks in the same kind of generic way. How do you pick up on blocks which have multiple slots where the element is
that's you see, that's currently not a big deal because so you see the block, it receives all of its slots basically as children, and they could be, and it also receives its slot as the configuration, initial configuration. And if it decides not to render children and just like a product list would do, like a product list wouldn't render any slots, no, like ideally, in ideal circumstances. It would just not render children and instead would use the data. So we kind of give user flexibility to either rely on slots to render themselves if they have any implementation, or to reuse pretty much the, or to use the data which is passed into your entity, and this case the block has slots, so you might use this data to render what you need specifically. Yeah, and so this is pretty much how we approach it.
That makes a lot of sense. So essentially you're not building the inherent structure that blocks and slots have to each other into the components themselves. You just pass in all the data, and the implementation itself decides on what it wants to do with that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We just have a default, I would say, a default component which you could use as a base for yours. If you, for example, want to have the div which has a style and has a class name right away, you can just inherit from this component because like it's pretty abstract, yeah?
Got it.
Otherwise, you can create your own component and use props which we pass in, style, class name, and entity, and children, to render what you really want to render. So you have a wide flexibility, but we provide you with some abstraction so you can stay more consistent or write less code. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
That's interesting because it's essentially. I mean, I've been working a lot together with the PWA team, so we've been building something very similar in Vue.js, and like we kind of build the structure of the blocks into the component. So it's very nice and refreshing to see a different approach, which still seems quite solid. Um, but one more thing I'm interested in is sometimes you have like connections between different elements. Like you have a product listing at
Yeah.
one
Oh,
point in
I'm
the
just
CMS.
working on it. Would you like to see it? I'm
Yeah,
specifically
of course.
working on it, so let's just talk about it. That's interesting. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. So sometimes, if we consider the tree of our components, we have some components which share the information. And in this case, for example, we can see that filtering, I'm sorry, that there is a section which is called, for example, the how was it? It was, I believe, just a sidebar section, yeah? And the sidebar section has two blocks in it. First one is like product listing type, and the second one is sidebar filter. And if we consider them together, we kind of would like them to share the context. We want them to like, for example, use like here we can see. So if I'm clicking here on the right sidebar, and you can see this is the CMS section sidebar component, yes, and this is CMS section sidebar basically, and it has this filtering provider and it has this product list provider. So it has two of them, list and filtering. But how did it got there? Because like nobody expects CMS section sidebar to by default render those guys in it to wrap its children. Well, again, thanks to our extensibility system, we can do quite flexible stuff like we do here for our CMS product. And this is what I think is not have a to do here. Determine if just the sidebar section could contain products. But basically, what we do is when rendering a sidebar section, we just check if its blocks or if any blocks it contains have a type of product list. And if it has, then we just render instead of original content, like you see here, and the original content in this case would be just children, yeah, just child elements. We wrap those child elements with filtering provider and product list provider, and that's a solution because now when we take a look on this block on the CMS entity. On block basically, which is currently CMS entity, but we'll replace it with product listing and we'll replace it with sidebar filter block. They will have a context of currently applied filters and current product list. And the product list, of course, it contains an elements, aggregations, and all the stuff which filters might use to render the filters, and what the product list could use to like request the next page, and etc. So it's quite flexible. And this is how we solve our issues because we are, yeah, this is how we do it. This is how we do it.
So it's kind of a scoped global state, more or less, right?
Basically, we don't have a global state because we are very experienced in like e-commerce stuff and building storefronts and making sure that it works. And we understood that basically having a global context is a big pain because not always you have a single product list on a page. Not always. So with this, you can do multiple product lists on a page. And the context is basically a context provider in React. The concept of context provider is basically a concept of an element or of a component that instead of specifically passing props to its children, allows them to take them on demand, but with the one rule, the children must be its children. So the component which takes values should be under it, yeah, so like a children of it.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Global within that component.
Yeah, so it's a context. It's a context of this component, and this is actually why we have this architecture, which pretty much like you consider a product card. Yeah, consider a product card, and it has basically it's wrapped around the product card is wrapped around the product context, around the product provider. And this actually means that in your themes, you can go flexible as hell while you're keeping your data of the product inside of the product card. And this means you don't need to think about how you pass in the data to this element or how to make sure how it works. Yeah, you just create a new element inside of a product card, and you say, just go and get the values you need from a product context and render them. That's pretty much it. That's how we approach it. And this allows for such flexibility. We, for example, share the context of a product in product cards and in the product page. Thus, it means that we can even catch the state of what was currently in the product card context. Did you click on some variants? And then transfer it immediately into like the product page because it's the same context. Thus, we can just take the value, put it in the history state, and get it from the history state, and boom, you now got the completely the same state. And because the API is the same, you're using the same context with the same methods to modify it. It still works. So and we do it for products. We do it for like SEO URL. No, we don't do it for SEO. We do it for a category for sure. I don't know if we do it for a CMS. Let me just check. Context files. How many context files do we have here? Context.context files. We have Next.js, like a global. We have a global context, but this is not a context. This is basically a storage of props. So the storage of data which was returned from a server. This is general stuff. This is not a global context. It doesn't have any methods to modify something. It just values returned from a server available in everywhere in the app. We have this product, filtering, product list, and category. And yeah, those are the guys. And the product list and filtering, why we have them different? Because at some point you might want to modify the way how you retrieve a product list. So you can just extend the product list provider and still have the product list context, because the structure won't change, but the request and how you work with the request will change. So we have this currently we have this product list provider, but you might have search provider or category products provider, but they will still use the product list context. So there is a provider is what provides context, and it might do different stuff to it. But yeah, we plan to have a basic product list context, which is like everything will be related to it, like product cards and pagination and filtering and stuff. But then you can simply use it for search, and you can simply use it for categories. And yeah, and this will all, and keep in mind, we don't do any like switch cases. What type are you currently in? Because we do it all modular. And this means you can still plug them away and plug them in. And this is the big thing about this all. And if also you can see like the approaches here, we always use like maps, we use like arrays, we use like our own maps, which are actually sorted maps, which you can use both as an array and as a map. This is really useful in themes, when in blank theme you want just to render them as a list. But in the real theme, you want to create a beautiful layout and put elements in a different place. Then you can refer to your content map and take elements from it by key and put it in a specific place in your layout. That's very flexible, and that's in a position to like having switch cases or like checks for something. It's always it's a little bit different because of the architecture we chose to go for.
Yeah, I mean it's quite philosophical, but my observation, because I'm originally more of a backend developer, like I started doing MySQL, PHP, Java programming, that kind of stuff, and just started to transition into the front end space. And I think it's quite incredible to see the kind of maturity that has grown together with frameworks like Next.js, like Next.js. In terms of the architecture that front-end applications are being structured, and you see lots of patterns starting to re-emerge in the front-end space, which were used for a long time in the back-end space.
I personally 100% agree. But the biggest thing is here, Next.js doesn't provide it. Create React App doesn't provide it. but we provide it. Basically, we built with our own tools because it feels like we were the first one alongside with some of our same market sharing guys. Yeah, like the PWA studio for Magento, they did it, but they did it in their own way. Yeah, we did it quite more flexible and modular and easy to get into. They did it quite more solid in terms of like the way it's done. Yeah, but still you can see how our is structured, how they're structured, but we published it open source, and we also, you now can go ahead with your Node.js project and get the same architecture here in JavaScript with same modular architecture, but in Node.js. You can go ahead and create your own Webpack project and to take this architecture with you. You can take Next.js, you can take create React app. Scandi PWA is create React app based by default. For you, we wanted to go a step further and make sure it's server-side rendered to eliminate the pre-rendering issues that we had originally. But still, it's only because we have this system. And its system evolved quite for some time. It's 2.5 years old at this point since its first introduction. The plugins appeared like half a year ago, maybe a year ago. The themes appeared quite a while ago. So basically it's kind of evolved till the point we are building each product we are currently doing in this architecture. And it has quite a big opposition on the market in terms of front-end developers. They are not willing to build in this architecture because it's much simpler to go ahead and build your application in switch cases or with ifs and do it all monolithic. But then when it comes to maintaining it or making sure that other developers can get into, and then, so basically we are building for developers. This approach is very different in comparison with an application for single use. We're building modular apps, not monolithic. And this is very important, like in multiple spheres and specifically in the e-commerce. And we saw the potential in Shopware as a product because like I have heard like how fast it is. I have heard like people like it. We've seen some people migrating to Shopware from Magento, and then this thing happened. Like we saw that even Ben Marks, the man who we trusted, he migrated. We saw, okay, maybe that's the time to consider what can we do for this ecosystem. We came to community chat. We saw how active it is, how the people in your community are helping each other, and we thought, well, we should definitely build something with these guys because these guys, first of all, deserve it, and secondly, we wanted to build something that what would make us proud of, and we needed a case because, like, rewriting everything we had for Magento into those modules would take us quite a lot of time. Currently, we retrofitted Mosaic in Scandi PWA in the original product to just get extensibility, and we got it. But for new projects, we write in modules. For Scandi PWA, we allowed to like add modules and do extensions. And we wanted to do it right. We wanted to do something that would spark an interest in ourselves, first of all. And we wanted to test this in production, in like large production, because we have Shopify projects, and Shopify projects using the same architecture work, but they are much simpler. They have like very definitively typed APIs. It's GraphQL. It's different. Yeah, we normally work with GraphQL. We never did this for REST APIs. So it's quite interesting to be here at this point and do these live streams. And we really love how it currently builds together because it's so technologically beautiful when you look at it when it's finished. Because you like see all these modules, how they interact together, they intervene, but you can always say, wait, I don't want you to be here anymore, go away, and he will just go away. This is like a flexibility I always wanted, and I'm happy to be here building it, and I'm happy that I figured out the internet issues so we can have a normal sound.
So interesting, yeah, that was a rough start on Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah, very rough. You know, actually, till today, we currently spent somewhere around like, I spent personally somewhere around 9 hours building what we currently have. And I want to say this is quite a huge achievement because we did URL rewrites, categories, products, CMS. We did quite a lot of stuff. And I think we are quite on a track to complete what we imagined in our manifest in a week, despite losing Monday. So, would be nice to watch. Would be nice to watch. I would be really happy to meet some more guys from your team and maybe introduce them in this architecture. Because for us, the biggest issue with projects is they require maintenance and they require to stay up to date with the latest releases. So, in ideal circumstances, what we could do is maybe cooperate on maintaining this product, or maybe think how we can, maybe think in ways how we can cooperate. We would really like this to be, we would really like to become a part of Shopware ecosystem, and we would really like to know what people want to build, what people like, yeah? Currently, with our system, you will get an option to build a marketplace for front-end applications, and you will be able to take products, take like extensions from the marketplace and build it in your storefront. And the storefront is easy to deploy. No need to wait for quite a big chunks of time. So you can just boom, and you got your payment provider, not payment provider, because payment provider actually requires backend, but some blog integration. Yeah, it opens quite a broad possibilities. You know,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I mean, this is the whole idea of transitioning towards this more decoupled front-end architectures. Like Shopware has always had its own front end, so there's technically no need for us to provide any second one other than people coming up to us and saying, hey, we're feeling kind of restricted by the storefront that is server-side rendered, that is PHP-based, and it's hard for us to find developers that want to work with that. And so for us, it's also interesting to expand into this space, and this is why we've kind of started cooperating with Vue Storefront about 2 years ago, which kind of helped us a whole lot in understanding the demands of front-end applications. I guess it would have felt way different to you to use our API and like work with the API if it wasn't for our experience that we've made when we're developing Shopware PWA together.
I actually want to say that current API, which is not like this V4, which we use, this native deployed to the cloud by default, we are putting our goal to use this one because we want to stay, we want to have it right away for everyone. We want like your customer to deploy it and have it right away, and it's not restrictive at this point. Yes, it required us some thinking in terms how to do things, but we built it using that specific API, and it's perfect. If the experience from Vue team, Vue Storefront team, helped you to develop this, well, kudos to her, kudos to them. That's nice work, nice work. We were able to build a storefront. Maybe we'll lack something, but for now we're not blocked, except this registration course issue. But we resolved it by creating a proxy, as I told you.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds. Express server, and you do like
figuring out that issue that might be related to the way that that the cloud instances operate in that respect. But very cool. And it's also great for us to actually see that this whole ecosystem works. Like you're working with the documentation. We just released the Store API documentation, so it's great to see that you're actually able to pick up on that and work with it.
Yep.
And kind of nice confirmation from that perspective.
I think for us both, this project is kind of confirmation of like what we achieved. You built great API, you do docs, and now we use it for a product which could be huge. And we built something which we consider like is ready. We worked for it for quite some time. Now we build it together into something that should work. And if it gets successful, like in terms of a product, if it gets built, I think it's an amazing case study for like both companies. Like, I feel like this is quite an achievement for both of your sides, APIs and development and support of your community, and ours, like what we were able to build and how we were able to build it. So then your community can work on top of it with themes, extensions, and maybe some of Scandi PWA community will then join because it's the same technological stack, but on a level better. So it could be a way to like migrate, easier way to migrate, because now you don't need to find a different developer because you worked with that technology that might become simpler if you choose the store Shopware as a platform opposed to like Magento. It's quite flexible and a different way as well, in the opposite way. But for now, we're building for Shopware, and I think it's like an amazing thing to do. I'm very happy I'm doing this actually. I like how it turns out.
So let's say some people are coming up to us saying, hey, we're interested in like picking up on that idea. We've got like developers which are well versed in React, and they want to set up kind of a project with you together. What would be the best way for them to get in touch?
I would really believe that we have to figure out the best way for both of us, because I would still like to have a place maybe in Shopware community to like speak together, maybe with the guys from Shopware, not to us guys to join into our Slacks or whatever. Or maybe we will decide to switch our approach to like communication with community real soon, because we are doing this huge rebranding soon, which will be like, instead of Scandi PWA, we'll do Scandi. Yeah, just Scandi, because Scandi PWA is hard to pronounce, and we are not about PWA so much. We are more about amazing storefronts that work and allow you to build themes and extensions. So yeah, I think we could definitely think something about this. What will definitely follow up on this product is documentation for it, because we are not building tests, as you can see. We're not building docs right now, because again, that's very hard to do in a week-long span. If we're putting such a high goal of building something that works in a week, that could adding tests here or behavior-driven development, what we normally do, is too much. So we'll do behavior-driven tests later on. We'll generate docs from behavior-driven tests, and we'll write some docs on approaches and architecture. We'll compose our manifest. We'll do some docs, and yeah, we'll definitely build as well these starters, like we have for Scandi, like the single command to bootstrap it and this stuff. Yeah, we have experience in like all of that, but we also like to make sure it's just usable. I think we can figure out the communication channels later on.
Right.
Yeah, you can always reach out to me. Yeah.
Are you thinking about building some type of theme? Because what you're doing right now is kind of a very basic vanilla.
You have to
HTML.
understand how it works. So basically, we have this blank theme, and we have this blank theme is an abstraction, because normally an inheritance without an abstraction is bad, and nobody in the proper mind would use a blank theme in production. So this is generically an abstraction which just does things, and it's there for extensions. So extensions should consider the blank theme as a place that won't change much, because they can now put their extensions into proper places, but the theme creators, they can go crazy. The only requirement for them is not to break the API like at all. If they keep the extension points that we created, they can override methods, they can do whatever they want, they can style it, they can do stuff. And yeah, and we'll definitely focus on building a theme for it as well. We'll do a default theme. I'm not sure. We have like two designs normally. For most of sites, it's like the futuristic one, the modern design with bottom navigation and stuff, with like product page which slides up and down. And we also have this like, I would say not legacy, but it's called, I don't remember how we call it, but basically it's a theme with top navigation, with simple sliders on product pages. Yeah, so we have multiple approaches, and we can do both now, because we won't lose anything from doing both. And we also have this virtual UI thingy, and that's another big story to tell. That's basically a way to not be hard locked onto any UI ever. You can build, that's basically an abstraction over any UI, like you go for Material UI, very common in React. You go for Bootstrap UI, very common in React. You go for whatever one you want. You can still achieve it with a single enable and disable of an extension. And then you can theme it in the way the guys from this specific theme envisioned it to be themed. So yeah, it's kind of our way of building UIs, because the big thing which we storefront has, it has this view, I believe how it's called, storefront UI, I believe. We don't go for building our own UI because we believe that it's very hard in the end of the day to build something which is like the product cards. If we consider themes, they always differ, so it makes no sense for us to build them as UI elements. We build in atomic way, so we build atoms. But why to build atoms if the best atomic libraries already exist? So, and why would any developer come and learn them for you, specifically your style? We believe that if you love Material UI, you should go ahead and get it. And you can see it also in our patterns anywhere. We try to decrease the entry boundary as low as possible, because again, we know that most of developers who like enter the market are maybe React developers, maybe, but big amount till today is still PHP developers who are like, and as an agency, most agencies have a lot of PHP developers, and and they can pretty much work on this project too. So we like to decrease our boundaries. And this is why we don't use any third parties. You can see we're building on a React and Next.js, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah. So in the end, it's about converting PHP developers to React developers. But I really like the old setting and the idea and the approach behind that. So I'm certainly going to try and set this up on my own. Even though I have almost no React experience at all, I'm able to understand things on a high level. But the more detailed things get, I have to read into how things work. But it's just very interesting to see this. And I
think we will be able to like do what you want to do, what the setup for you and the setup for everyone right after the end of this week, so we can just release this single command to install it and deploy those modules to like npm so they get open source, so you can just go ahead on your local and install it instead of cloning from source. Because again, the big thing which we don't want people to do is to modify stuff. We want people to build on top, and we want no code modification. That's a big part of ours, because again, we know how painful it is to migrate from versions to versions if there is no proper inheritance, or if there is like overrides everywhere. You migrate half functionality and you migrate another one manually. That's crazy. We don't want this. We want it to be different.
Yeah, got it. Hey, Alfred, thanks so much for having me. I'll have to wrap it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we also should wrap my own stream. It's currently 6:30 in our home country. We're streaming for quite a lot of hours. So
where are you situated in? Which country?
We are from Latvia, so it's Europe. We are currently away from our main city, Riga, somewhere 120 kilometers away, because we wanted to have some rest from constantly speaking and coding. So we'll go swim in the sea today. It's very cold. That's why we have sauna, and we go to sauna and sea. And then tomorrow we will be back working in the office because it's raining. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for joining, Dom. It was very helpful talk, and I loved seeing you here. Come join next time. Yeah, if you have time, we'll be happy to talk. Bye bye. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Bye bye. So yeah, guys, this feels like a very good end of the stream. Maybe if I complete. Let's see where we stopped, and if we stopped somewhere along like not near the end, we should better wrap it up here and continue tomorrow, because we did quite a big chunk of job today. What can we see here? Yeah, we did this product's result, and if we did product's result, then what we should do next is pretty much we should focus on this product list slot, and not slot, but actually product list block, I think. And then here we should start to modify stuff and do And will I like this? Do I want to continue on it at this stage? I think no. I'm tired already. I'm tired. No, I don't like to stop, but I'm tired. Let me see. Do I have anything in product provider here? So product provider currently is empty, but I should see something here. So we have those blocks, and one of them should be actually the this one. This is this is what? This is what? This is what? This is CMS product listing, and it has the listing here, and it seems like that's response right here. So we might just take it. This sounds simple enough. We just have to find it. So we'll have to do maybe traversal code. We'll have to do some traversal utilities. I see 7 people currently watching. That's many people. The biggest amount we had today, thanks to Dominic joining. It's very helpful. Should we do the utility to? We can do traversal like CMS walk. Let's do walk.com. No, it feels like I'm so tired. I think we should wrap up the stream for today. So, thank you guys for watching. And it was a very good day. Very bright day, sunny day. We coded quite a lot of stuff. And I think we should end this day with some good comment message. And see you guys all probably tomorrow. At what time, not sure. But tomorrow for sure. Whip on filtering. Good. This is not a good comment message to end your day with, but still. See you all later, alligators. Bye bye. Or maybe we should ask for Yegors to show.